Chapter 1625. When he saw Su Wuxin, Dongli Jing knew that the undying imperial clan could not fight against the Void Tribe. Under such circumstances, they could only use their strongest trump card to buy some time for the undying imperial clan to have hope. Yi Xian and the others had not appeared yet. They must have been delayed. Only when Yi Xian and the others returned would the undying imperial clan have hope. As the ancestral souls appeared, the space above the undying imperial clan began to boil. 36 ancestral souls. They were all former patriarchs and top experts of the undying imperial clan. Although they had died, they would leave a strand of their soul in the ancestral shrine. This was the last trump card of the undying imperial clan. Su Wuxin grinned when he saw those ancestors' souls. Miss, not to mention that they're only souls. Even if their true bodies are here, they're merely ants to my Void Tribe. Dongli Jing said. You have two goals. One is to devour the universe, and the other is to kill Yi Xian, right? Su Wuxin nodded. Yes. Dongli Jing looked at Su Wuxin. Miss, do you know that the life law has died? Su Wuxin smiled. I know. Not only that, but I also know that there are two very powerful experts behind him. One is the green-clothed man, and the other is the plain-dressed woman, right? Dongli Jing smiled. The Void Tribe is stronger than them? Su Wuxin shook his head. Of course not. Someone who can kill the universe law is not someone the Void Tribe can fight against. Dongli Jing was curious. Then why do you still target him? Su Wuxin smiled. If the undying imperial clan had been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps you would understand how the Void Tribe feels. Dongli Jing shook his head. At least you are still alive. Su Wuxin laughed. Miss, we don't have much of a choice. Why did the universe law let us go? Is it because of love? Of course not. If the Void Tribe wants freedom, we can only submit to the universe law. Whether it is the Void Tribe or the universe law, if we want to obtain true freedom, we can only kill the young Master Yi and make him disappear completely. Higashi Yasuharu smiled and said, Have you thought about how to deal with the people behind him after killing him? Su Wuxin shook his head. This isn't something my Void Tribe should consider. This was something that the laws of the universe should consider. And I believe that since they dared to go against those two, they must have a certain degree of confidence and reliance. What do you think? Higashi shook his head. It's a pity that you haven't seen them. Otherwise, you might change your mind. Su Wuxin laughed. I won't. Because you don't know how our Void Tribe has been living for over 100,000 years. If he recovers his memories from his previous life, he'll definitely suppress our Void Tribe again, and even annihilate our Void Tribe. Thus, just like the universe law, we can only fight to the death. Saying that, she looked around. Miss, you want to wait for help, but I can tell you that you won't be able to wait that long. Because the people of the universal law have already stalled that young Master Yi. And even if he comes alone, it won't be of much use. After all, he's really weak now. As her voice fell, the space around her suddenly began to disappear bit by bit. They made their move. Higashi suddenly said, Ancestors, thank you for your trouble. In the sky above Higashi, the ancestral souls of the undying imperial clan nodded. In the next moment, they charged towards the members of the Void Tribe. Su Wuxin smiled. Destroy them. As soon as she finished speaking, 19 men in black suddenly appeared behind her. These men in black held long scimitars in their hands and carried scabbards on their backs. After they appeared, they charged towards the ancestors of the undying imperial clan. A great battle had begun. However, as soon as the two sides clashed, it became a one-sided battle. The ancestral souls of the undying imperial clan were no match for the men in black at all. One by one, the ancestral souls exploded when they saw this. The expressions of the undying imperial clan powerhouses below changed. Higashi looked up into the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Soon, all the ancestral souls of the undying imperial clan disappeared. However, not a single one of the men in black died. After killing the ancestral souls of the undying imperial clan, the 19 men in black respectfully retreated behind Su Wuxin. Su Wuxin looked at Higashi and laughed. It's over. Is that so? At this moment, a voice came from the side. In the next moment, Yi Xian appeared in front of everyone. When he saw that the undying imperial clan was still here, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If the undying imperial clan had made any mistakes, he would never forgive himself. In the end, this was his Yi Xian's karma. When he saw Yi Xian, Higashike heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The Void Tribe was definitely not something that the undying imperial clan could fight against. This was because the Void Tribe did not belong to the same era as the undying imperial clan. The Void Tribe belonged to the era of the Cosmos God Court's founder. When he saw Yi Xian, Su Wuxin smiled and said, "Young Master Yi is very capable. You were actually able to escape the assassins of the Cosmos laws." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Clan leader, let the younger generation retreat." Higashike looked at Yi Xian and said, "There's no need, because their target is not only you, but the undying imperial clan as well. They want to devour our bloodline. If we lose today, everyone will die." The devouring bloodline. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and then he looked at Su Wuxin and said, "Your bloodline is special as well." Su Wuxin smiled and said, "Actually, I want to devour your bloodline even more because you possess two extraordinary bloodlines. However, your other bloodline is too overbearing, and I'm not confident in my ability." As she spoke, she glanced below and smiled. "If we're able to devour the bloodline of the undying imperial clan, then the overall strength of the Void Tribe will rise by a level." Yi Xian opened his palm, and a sword appeared in it. At the same time, a sword box appeared on his back. Yi Xian looked at Su Wuxin and said, "Shall we fight first?" Su Wuxin smiled and said, "You want to buy time? I can fulfill your wish, because I need some time as well. Young Master Yi, please." Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. At the instant he vanished, 12 blood-red swords suddenly slashed through the battlefield. His space tore apart as 12 rays of light instantly slashed towards Su Wuxin. Su Wuxin didn't dodge. When the 12 rays of light slashed towards her, she suddenly clenched her right hand that was behind her back and said, "Defend." Bang! The 12 rays of light were instantly stopped by an invisible barrier, and they couldn't move an inch forward. Su Wuxin grinned and said, "Limit breaker." Bang! The 12 rays of light exploded into pieces, and the 12 swords were blasted flying. Meanwhile, a sword suddenly stabbed towards the center of her forehead. However, it stopped when it was still half an inch away from her forehead. Yi Xian held his sword and stared fixedly at Su Wuxin. No matter how hard Su Wuxin tried, the sword was unable to move an inch forward. Su Wuxin grinned, and then he suddenly opened his right hand and clenched it. Bang! In an instant, Yi Xian was blasted flying along with his sword. Meanwhile, Su Wuxin suddenly took a step forward and punched through the air. A fist smashed towards Yi Xian from afar, and Yi Xian hurriedly raised his sword to block it. Bang! Yi Xian and his sword were instantly blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, the space in an area of over 10,000 kilometers started to crack inch by inch. However, Su Wuxin's fist was still there and hadn't vanished. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His body was extremely weak right now because it had been shattered earlier, and his Dao physique was practically gone. Yi Xian didn't rely too much on his body, and he just looked at Su Wuxin. Su Wuxin smiled and said, "Your sword Dao realm is too low. You're no threat to me." Yi Xian smiled. "Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Su Wuxin suddenly clenched her right hand, and Yi Xian's sword was stopped an inch away from her forehead. Su Wuxin looked at Yi Xian. "When I fight you, it's because of the suppression of our realms. Our realms aren't on the same level. Do you understand?" As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand lightly. Bang! The 10-kilometer space in front of her turned into nothingness, and Yi Xian himself appeared 10 kilometers away. Su Wuxin slowly walked towards Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, I think it's time to end this." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Yi Xian. Just as she was about to attack, Yi Xian suddenly grinned, and 10 clones suddenly appeared. These 10 clones weren't Yi Xian's clones, but Xiaomu's clones. Xiaomu had already arrived. Previously, the mysterious mirror of heaven and earth couldn't duplicate Xiaomu because Xiaomu's realm was too high, and it was beyond the scope of the mysterious mirror of heaven and earth. Now, it could duplicate Xiaomu because of Xiaomu's cooperation. If the person being duplicated voluntarily cooperated, then the situation would be completely different. Of course, it still wouldn't work if the person's realm was too high. For example, even if the plain dress woman cooperated, the mysterious mirror of heaven and earth couldn't duplicate her. This was because the plain dress woman's realm had exceeded the mysterious mirror of heaven and earth's understanding. When the 10 clones of Xiaomu appeared, Su Wuxin immediately frowned. At this moment, a dagger suddenly appeared behind her neck. Xiaomu. Su Wuxin clenched her right hand. Bang! An invisible barrier blocked Xiaomu's dagger, but the next moment, the invisible barrier shattered. At this moment, Su Wuxin had already disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already hundreds of meters away. There was a bloodstain on the back of Su Wuxin's neck. Su Wuxin looked at Xiaomu, who was beside Yi Xian. "You're indeed the strongest assassin. Amazing." Yi Xian patted Xiaomu's shoulder lightly, and Xiaomu slowly disappeared. An invisible assassin was the most terrifying. Yi Xian looked at Su Wuxin in the distance. Su Wuxin smiled. "My people are here too." As soon as she finished speaking, the space behind her suddenly trembled. Yi Xian looked behind Su Wuxin. A moment later, he took out his Xiao Ta. "Call for reinforcements." After a while, Xiao Ta asked, "Who should I call?" Yi Xian said, "Just call for anything." Xiao Ta suddenly jumped up. "Young master, do you think I'm Xiao Bai? Important things need to be repeated 3 times. I'm just a tower. I am just a tower. I'm just a tower." Yi Xian looked behind Su Wuxin in the distance, his expression growing more solemn. "Xiao Ta, if you don't call for help, I will take you with me and explode." F***ck. Xiao Ta jumped up and down. "Young master, we can't play like this. Please respect me. I have human rights too. Oh, I mean Ta's rights." Chapter 1626. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Big brother, you should at least call for some help. Otherwise we'll all be lying here today." Xiao Ta fell silent. Yi Xian looked down at the experts from the Immortal Emperor clan. There was no fear in the eyes of any of the Immortal Emperor clan's experts. Everyone knew that they could not win, but no one was afraid. Battle intent. This clan could die, they could be exterminated, but they would never be afraid. Yi Xian smiled when he saw the battle intent in the undying Imperial clan's experts' eyes. He suddenly roared, "Today I will live or die with you. Live or die with you." Countless experts from the undying Imperial clan roared. Their voices were like thunder, shaking the clouds. Their morale soared. Yi Xian turned around to look at Su Wuxin. A large group of black-armored experts had appeared behind Su Wuxin. These black-armored experts were all clad in thick, pitch-black armor. It was unknown what the black armor was made of, but it was as smooth as a mirror and shone brightly. These black-armored experts held long spears in their hands. There were more than 10,000 of them. The weakest among them was at the mortal realm. 10,000 mortal realm experts. This lineup could only be described as terrifying. The 12 black-robed men holding sickles behind Su Wuxin were all at the mortal extinguisher stage. This lineup crushed the undying Imperial clan's side. Su Wuxin looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, I can see the shock in your eyes. However, I can tell you that what you're seeing now is only the tip of the iceberg for my Void Tribe. Although my Void Tribe has been trapped in the Void Zone for hundreds of thousands of years, we have not wasted our time. Hatred has made my Void Tribe even stronger." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ta in his hands. "Xiao Ta, go find my father. Let him avenge me." Then he looked up at Su Wuxin and grinned. "Cut the crap. Let's fight." With that, he turned into a ray of sword light and charged forward. Down below, Dongli Jing suddenly said, "Fight! Fight to the last man." As soon as she finished speaking, she also rushed out. Below, countless undying Emperor clan experts soared into the sky. Fight! If they lost this battle, the undying Imperial clan would be exterminated. The undying Imperial clan had no other choice but to fight. Yi Xian, who was at the forefront, directly activated his mad demon bloodline. In the instant that his mad demon bloodline was activated, the entire sky turned into a sea of blood. Su Wuxin was expressionless. Kill. As her voice rang out, the 12 black-clothed people behind her rushed out. Their target was not Yi Xian, but the undying Imperial clan experts below. As for Yi Xian, he had Xiaomu's doppelganger stand in front of them. These mortal extinguishing experts were not people that the undying Imperial clan could contend against. If he didn't stop these people, these mortal extinguishing realm experts would deal a destructive blow to the undying Emperor clan. Although those clones only had less than 60% of Xiaomu's strength, they were still very terrifying. The 10 doppelgangers were actually able to suppress the black-robed men. As for Yi Xian himself, he rushed in front of Su Wuxin and slashed down with his sword. This sword was much, much stronger than before, because it had the support of the mad demon bloodline. Su Wuxin's expression was calm. She clenched her right hand lightly. Boom. An invisible barrier blocked Yi Xian's sword. The space around them exploded instantly. However, the space where Su Wuxin was completely unscathed. At this time, Yi Xian slashed down again. Su Wuxin suddenly punched out. Boom. The sword light shattered, and Yi Xian was instantly sent flying. Su Wuxin also retreated dozens of zhang. She had just stopped when a flying sword pierced through the air towards her. Su Wuxin stepped forward and punched out again. A fist imprint slammed into the flying sword. Boom. The flying sword was forced to a stop by the fist imprint. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Su Wuxin like a ghost. Su Wuxin's speed was even faster, and she directly kneed him. Boom. This knee caused the space in front of her to collapse, and Yi Xian was instantly sent flying. But the next moment, another sword slashed down. Su Wuxin suddenly stretched out her right hand, and then stretched out 2 fingers and pinched. Boom. Between the 2 fingers, a ray of sword light appeared. Her 2 fingers had actually caught Yi Xian's sword. Su Wuxin took advantage of the situation to grab Yi Xian's sword, and then slash forward. Chi. A ray of sword energy suddenly descended from the sky, heading straight for Yi Xian in the distance. This was also a sword, and it seemed to split the universe. In the distance, Yi Xian did not dare to forcibly take this attack, because he was not a sword body. He opened his right hand, and a sword appeared in his palm. He also slashed down. Head-on. A ray of blood-red sword energy shot up to the sky. Boom. The 2 rays of sword energy exploded apart upon contact. And then countless strands of sword energy shot towards the surroundings while an area of over 100 kilometers of space was instantly shattered into pieces. Su Wuxin was just about to attack again when she suddenly frowned. Because the black-armored experts of the Void Tribe were collapsing one by one. An assassin. Yi Xian hadn't asked Little Mu to kill Su Wuxin, and he'd asked her to kill the black-armored experts instead. Because in that way, the losses of the undying Imperial clan could be minimized. Su Wuxin's face immediately fell when she saw Little Mu slaughter the experts of the Void Tribe. Besides her, no one here could stop Little Mu. Even she had to be extremely careful. Su Wuxin immediately turned around and looked towards the distance. If all of you don't stop her, then I'll retreat immediately. After a short moment of silence, numerous black shadows suddenly appeared in the distance, and then they vanished on the spot. Assassins. These assassins weren't members of the Void Tribe. They were assassins that the laws of the universe had nurtured in secret, and only they could resist Little Mu. When the mysterious assassins vanished, Little Mu had suddenly vanished as well. Moreover, the assassins had vanished as well. But it didn't take long for another expert of the Void Tribe to perish. It was Little Mu. However, Little Mu immediately fled after killing one of them, and she didn't give the assassins any chance to stop her. Su Wuxin's face fell when she witnessed this scene. All of you go kill the members of the undying Imperial clan. Those assassins immediately turned around to deal with the experts of the undying Imperial clan. Yi Xian's face fell when he witnessed this scene. He had no other choice but to ask Little Mu to stop those assassins. Even though Little Mu had stopped those assassins, she'd been pinned down as well. The situation was even more disadvantageous to the undying Imperial clan. In midair, Su Wuxin gazed at Yi Xian, and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground, and then his figure transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot forward explosively. He had to kill Su Wuxin. Su Wuxin laughed coldly, took a step forward, and then punched forward. Bang! This punch forcefully blocked Yi Xian's attack. Yi Xian was just about to attack again when Su Wuxin suddenly charged forward and smashed her fist towards Yi Xian's throat. It was swift like a bolt of lightning. Yi Xian instinctively moved to the side and avoided this punch. But in the next moment, Su Wuxin's right fist suddenly swept horizontally. Bang! This sweep transformed space into nothingness. On the other hand, Yi Xian was already 300 m away. Spacetime shoes. Su Wuxin gazed at Yi Xian. I underestimated you. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly charged forward. Hiss. The space in front of Yi Xian exploded apart, and then a fist smashed towards him. A wisp of a savage smile arose on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. He took a step forward, and his sword domain enveloped Su Wuxin. At the same time, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. At the instant he drew his sword, an expanse of blood-red light instantly drowned him and Su Wuxin. Bang! An explosion resounded like a thunderclap, and then countless rays of blood-red light and sword light shot towards the surroundings while Yi Xian was blasted flying. After Yi Xian stopped moving, a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, there was a mark on Su Wuxin's right cheek. Su Wuxin rubbed her cheek lightly, and she grinned as she gazed at the drop of blood on the tip of her finger. She gazed at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I've really greatly underestimated you. Needless to say, you were actually able to fight me equally at such a realm of cultivation. Needless to say, that's really extraordinary. Yi Xian wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. You talk too much nonsense. We're fighting a life and death battle, not a romantic battle. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light flashed through the battlefield. In the distance, Su Wuxin suddenly punched out. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted back to where he stood earlier, and the space in front of him had been shattered and obliterated. At this moment, Su Wuxin suddenly punched out. A fist instantly arrived in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian activated the space-time boots, and at this moment, Su Wuxin suddenly punched to the right. Rumble! Space shattered, and Yi Xian retreated several hundred zhang away. Just as he stopped and was about to attack, he seemed to have discovered something. Turning his head, he saw that in the distance, countless members of the Undying Emperor clan were falling one after another. After Xiaomu was held up, the Undying Emperor clan was at a complete disadvantage. The difference in cultivation was too great. If not for the fact that many Undying Emperor clan members possessed powerful Undying bloodlines, there would have been even more deaths. Seeing that the Undying Emperor clan was at a disadvantage, Yi Xian's expression sank. He looked towards Xiaomu's position. At this moment, even he couldn't sense Xiaomu. All he knew was that there were at least 20 super assassins holding Xiaomu back. Xiaomu couldn't escape at all. Suddenly, the space in the surroundings split apart, and then hundreds of black-robed experts charged out. Yi Xian's face instantly turned pale when he saw the thousands of black-robed experts. Even the weakest was at the transcending mortal realm. How could the Void Tribe have so many transcending mortal realm experts? Dongli Jing's face instantly turned pale when she saw so many transcending mortal realm experts. A short moment later, a trace of resolve flashed in her eyes, and she looked at Yi Xian. The Undying Emperor clan can't protect you anymore. You must live well in the future. As she spoke, she turned to look at the Undying Emperor clan members and roared furiously. All the elders of my Undying Emperor clan, detonate yourself immediately. Even if we die, we won't allow anyone to devour our bloodlines. As long as we live, our blood will exist. If we die, our blood will die. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and charged towards the Void Tribe members in front of her. Her body was burning, and strands of powerful aura surged out incessantly from her. Self-detonation. Yi Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. Clan leader. He wanted to stop her, but he was stopped by Su Wuxin. In the distance, Dongli Jing's voice suddenly rang out again. Yi Xian, Let the Undying Emperor clan continue to exist. I'm counting on you. As soon as she finished speaking, boom. In the distance, an explosion suddenly resounded like a clap of thunder, and the entire starry sky trembled. At this moment, all the Undying Emperor clan members were dumbfounded. The clan leader was gone. Below, Dong Lijian looked at the exploding space in the horizon with a dazed expression. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "All Undying cavalry fight." Behind Dong Lijian, a group of cavalry suddenly charged out. The leader of the cavalry roared angrily, "Everyone detonate yourself." Boom, 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 boom. Explosions continuously resounded in the sky. The Void Tribe members retreated rapidly. Below, Dong Lijian looked at the sky with an expressionless face. Everyone fight. At this moment, apart from the Undying Emperor clan's younger generation, all the Undying Emperor clan members charged out. All Shadow Guards, detonate yourself. All Undying Dao soldiers, detonate yourself. All Feathered Divine Guards, detonate yourself. All Imperial Divine Guards, detonate yourself. Dong Lijian, I'll leave first. Clan Leader Jing, we're here. There are no cowards in the Undying Emperor clan, haha. There are still many things that I haven't done. Within the Undying Emperor clan's Soul Hall, soul wood exploded one by one soon. Tens of thousands of soul tablets disappeared. The hall was empty. The people were there, and the blood was there. The people were there, and the blood was there. P.S. People are wandering outside. Chapter 1627. One by one, the Undying Imperial Clan powerhouses died. With so many Void Tribe powerhouses self-destructing, the Void Tribe powerhouses were forced to retreat. The power produced by the self-destruction was simply too powerful. It was the final attack of countless Undying Imperial Clan powerhouses. All the Void Tribe powerhouses retreated, and chose to avoid it for now. Yi Xian felt like his heart was being cut by a knife when he sensed the Undying Imperial Clan powerhouses self-destructing. He attacked madly with his sword, and rays of blood-red sword light slashed at Su Wuxin. Su Wuxin did not choose to fight head-on. He chose to retreat as he fought. Therefore, Yi Xian had no chance at all. The self-destruction lasted for almost 15 minutes. The entire Undying Star region shook as countless powerhouses looked at the Undying world with fear in their eyes. What exactly happened? When everything calmed down, only a group of young people remained in the Undying world. Less than 100. All of them were the prodigies of the Undying Imperial Clan. At this moment, Dong Lijian looked at Yi Xian. Take care of them. With that, he walked slowly towards the Void Tribe powerhouses in the distance. Yi Xian roared furiously, "No!" As he spoke, he was about to stop Dong Lijian. Right at this moment, Dong Lijian suddenly spoke in a soft voice. "Yi Xian, from now on, you are the clan chief of our Undying Imperial Clan. Take good care of these little fellows." With that, he looked into the distance and smiled. "Brothers, I'm coming." Boom. Dong Lijian self-destructed. With him as the center, the space in an area of thousands of meters was instantly reduced to nothingness. At the sight of this, Yi Xian, who was in the distance, felt his mind go blank. Meanwhile, the remaining Undying Imperial Clan powerhouses were petrified on the spot. At this moment, all of their eyes were filled with confusion. Before this, they were the prodigies of the Undying Imperial Clan. They were the focus of the Undying Imperial Clan. If anything happened, the clan would take care of it. Now, they were the only ones left in the Undying Imperial Clan. What should we do? At this moment, besides confusion, there was also despair in the eyes of these prodigies. All the elders and their close relatives were dead. They were the only ones left. In the distance, Su Wuxin looked at the empty Undying world in silence. All the Void Tribe powerhouses were extremely shocked at this moment. They never expected that the Undying Imperial Clan would be this decisive. They all chose to self-detonate. No one chose to escape. Meanwhile, Su Wuxin spoke softly. "It's a race worthy of respect." As she spoke, she looked to the geniuses and demon-level geniuses of the Undying Imperial Clan. Capture them alive. The people in front of him were all core members of the Undying Imperial Clan. They possessed the purest Undying bloodline. Although it was a little less, it was better than nothing. Upon hearing Su Wuxin's words, the surrounding Void Tribe powerhouses immediately charged towards the undying Imperial clan freaks. Below, Dong Liqing, who was the leader, suddenly said fiercely, "Everyone get ready." At this time, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Dong Liqing. Dong Liqing looked at Yi Xian with bloodshot eyes. "The patriarchs are all dead." Yi Xian nodded. "I know." With that, he turned to look at the Void Tribe powerhouses who were charging at him. "Listen up. You can only self-destruct after I die. If I'm not dead, don't you dare self-destruct." With that, he walked off into the distance. Boom. A strand of flames suddenly blazed within Yi Xian's body. He wasn't burning his soul, he was burning his lifespan. He still had a trump card, the life sword, burning his lifespan to obtain great power. As he burned his lifespan, Yi Xian's aura grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, the mad demon bloodline within him started to seethe. He was growing more and more insane. However, he still refused to allow himself to go completely insane. Because if he did, then the youths of the undying Imperial clan behind him would die as well. Su Wuxin frowned when she saw Yi Xian burning his lifespan, and she slowly clenched her right hand. Suddenly, Yi Xian vanished on the spot. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light flashed. The group of Void Tribe powerhouses that were charging at the very front were instantly killed. Meanwhile, Su Wuxin suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. Boom! A ray of sword light forced Su Wuxin to stop. Su Wuxin gazed at Yi Xian. "All of you go capture those people. I'll stop him." As soon as she finished speaking, the Void Tribe experts behind her charged towards the geniuses of the undying Imperial clan, who stood behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to attack, when Su Wuxin charged forward and smashed her fist towards Yi Xian. At this moment, a giant creature suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Qiongqi. Qiongqi slapped his palm down. Bang! Su Wuxin was blasted 3 kilometers back. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had arrived in front of Dong Liqing and the others. He suddenly roared furiously as the sword spirit in his hand flew out. In an instant, a blood-red flying sword tore through the sky and tore through everything. Hiss! 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 Bloody heads fell incessantly from the sky. The Void Tribe experts immediately stopped when they witnessed this scene. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a god of death. Yi Xian's aura was growing stronger and stronger. He was still burning his lifespan. After his breakthrough, his lifespan was over 10,000 years. At this moment, he was burning nearly 1,000 years of his lifespan. Madly burning. Yi Xian glared at the Void Tribe experts. His eyes were filled with a sea of blood. At this moment, his killing intent had reached a critical point. Kill. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He could not go completely berserk. He still had people to protect. Even if he died, he had to send these geniuses of the undying Imperial clan to a safe place. These people were the last hope of the undying Imperial clan. No matter what, the undying Imperial clan would survive. Otherwise, even if he died, he would not forgive himself. In the distance, Su Wuxin looked at Qiongqi with a solemn expression. This demonic beast was exceptionally powerful. Qiongqi looked at Su Wuxin. "Xiaota, send those kids into the pagoda." At this moment, Xiaota appeared before the geniuses of the undying Imperial clan. However, Dong Liqing shook his head. "We're not leaving." Yi Xian suddenly turned and roared. "Go!" Dong Liqing looked at Yi Xian with bloodshot eyes. "The clan leader and the elders are all dead. They've all died in battle. How can we escape? Is it because of the so-called inheritance? They're all dead. Even if we pass on the undying Imperial clan, what's the point? Moreover, we can't revive the undying Imperial clan. Only you can. Therefore you must live. Only with you alive can the undying Imperial clan have hope. There's no point in us living." Yi Xian suddenly turned and walked up to Dong Liqing. He grabbed Dong Liqing's collar and said fiercely, "I'm the clan leader now. Dong Liqing, I'm ordering all of you to enter the pagoda. If I die, you'll be the clan leader of the undying Imperial clan. At that time, you can choose to self-destruct. But let me tell you, your self-destruction is meaningless. You won't even be able to drag a single person down with you. Because you're too weak. Even if you want to self-destruct, can't you become stronger before self-destructing? Too weak. The expressions of Dong Liqing and the others became extremely unsightly. As Yi Xian said, it was meaningless for them to blow themselves up. Because even if they self-destructed, they wouldn't pose a threat to the Void Tribe's experts. At this moment, Qiongqi suddenly said, "Little fellows from the Undying Imperial Clan, stop wasting time. Enter the pagoda immediately." Yi Xian roared angrily, "Everyone enter the pagoda immediately. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the Undying Imperial Clan, and never allowed to return to the clan." Hearing this, the expressions of the Undying Imperial Clan's youths changed. Expelled from the Undying Imperial Clan? This was worse than killing them. Dong Liqing looked at Yi Xian, tears flowing uncontrollably from his eyes. "Clan leader, you must live." With that he led the Undying Imperial Clan's experts into Xiaota. Qiongqi looked at Yi Xian. "You take Xiaota and leave. I'll stop them." Yi Xian shook his head. "Senior, you won't be able to stop them alone." With that he looked at Xiaota. "Take them to my father. Tell my father that if I die, I'll leave the Undying Imperial Clan to him." Xiaota's voice trembled. "Young master." Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. "Leave." With that he grabbed Xiaota and tossed him into the sky. Qi. Xiaota transformed into a ray of golden light and disappeared into the horizon. Yi Xian turned to look at the Void Tribe's experts. His blood was boiling. Now he could go all out and do it. Qiongqi glanced at Yi Xian. "What? Are you prepared to die here?" Yi Xian said softly, "Senior, am I very useless compared to my father?" Qiongqi looked at the Void Tribe's experts. "Why do you say that?" Yi Xian said, "He's so strong, and I'm so weak. I thought about it carefully. If it weren't for him and Qing, I would have died somewhere. But this time they didn't appear. I realized that I can't protect anything." Qiongqi was silent for a moment, then said, "Do you know what's the biggest difference between you and your father?" Yi Xian shook his head. Qiongqi said, "Your father is a ruthless person, a very ruthless person. He is ruthless to others but even more ruthless to himself. He basically kills wherever he goes. He was too extreme in his early days, and almost didn't trust anyone. It can be said that most of the obstacles he faced were created by himself." With that he paused, then said, "But you're different. The biggest difference between you and him is that you've endured karma that shouldn't be endured at your age. Many of your karma was given to you by your father and Tianming. It's not just them, there are also many unknown karma. For example, the Void Tribe. Why did they target you and the Undying Emperor clan? Is it because of you? No. It's because of that mysterious person in your body. Apart from the Void Tribe, there's also the universe laws. These grudges have nothing to do with you." With that he looked at Yi Xian. "Your father's misfortune was caused by himself. As for you, part of it was caused by him. The sins he committed back then. He was untainted by all the karma, but that doesn't mean his son is untainted by all the karma." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, then said, "Senior, if I die here today, please help me tell my father that if he has a son in the future, he should spend more time with his son. Perhaps it's not wrong to leave him alone. But a childhood with parents is really blissful." With that, he looked at Qiongqi and grinned. "When I was young in Qingcheng, what I hated the most was being called a bastard and a bastard. Also, after I die, tell him and Qing, or not to reverse reincarnation for me. This world is too bitter. I don't want to live it again." With that, he walked towards the Void Tribe experts in the distance. P.S. I was scolded by a reader just now. They don't treat me like a human. Chapter 1628. He doesn't want to live. At this moment, Yi Xian was filled with despair, and his lifespan was burning up madly. Qiongqi gazed silently at Yi Xian. He knew that Yi Xian didn't intend to live at all. Qiongqi sighed softly when he thought up to this point. The annihilation of the Undying Imperial Clan had been a huge blow to this little fellow. In the distance, Su Wuxin watched as Yi Xian walked over, and she slowly clenched her right hand. With the current strength of the Void Tribe, killing Yi Xian was really too easy. Even if some helpers came, It wouldn't be a problem at all. Su Wuxin said, kill. As soon as she finished speaking, over a dozen black figures suddenly flashed towards Yi Xian. Moreover, Su Wuxin herself had vanished on the spot. She had to act. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't be able to do anything to Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian's expression gradually became ferocious. He sheathed his sword and suddenly drew it. OM! A sword howl shot into the sky. Bang! An expanse of blood-red light suddenly erupted in front of Yi Xian. And Su Wuxin, who was charging at the front, was pushed back by this attack. At the instant that she was pushed back, Yi Xian had vanished on the spot. A strand of blood-red light flashed, and then over a dozen heads flew into the air at practically the same time. Instant kill. At this moment, the transcending mortality stage experts couldn't withstand a single attack from Yi Xian. After he killed all the transcending mortality stage experts in the surroundings, Yi Xian walked towards Su Wuxin with his sword in hand. At this moment, he'd gone completely mad. He didn't retain even a trace of consciousness. Just as Qiongqi had said, after he'd asked Xiao Ta to lead the geniuses of the undying imperial clan away, he'd never intended to live. Only by delaying these people would Xiao Ta be able to escape. Su Wuxin suddenly said, Alin, lead some people to pursue Xiao Ta. As soon as she finished speaking, a middle-aged man suddenly led dozens of people towards the distant horizon. Just as Yi Xian was about to attack, Su Wuxin suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She elbowed him, but Yi Xian had already vanished. Boom! Su Wuxin's attack missed and the space around him shattered. His attack missed, and Su Wuxin suddenly turned his head. The distant horizon was covered by a bloody light, and within that bloody light, over a dozen corpses slowly fell to the ground. Instant kill. Su Wuxin frowned when she witnessed this scene. She gazed at Yi Xian, and only now did she notice that Yi Xian's strength hadn't just increased by a little bit. The current Yi Xian was very strong. Of course, this was in exchange for his lifespan. Su Wuxin suddenly said, Elder Xianin, stall him. Yes. An old man suddenly stepped out from behind Su Wuxin and charged straight at Yi Xian, a transcendent realm expert. His target had been the people behind Yi Xian, but no one had stepped out from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian slashed down from the sky. Bang! A ray of blood-red sword energy descended from the sky and forced the old man to a stop. However, the old man shattered the ray of sword energy in the next moment, and then he charged at Yi Xian again. Su Wuxin gazed at Qiongqi after she saw the old man stall Yi Xian, and Qiongqi leaped forward. Bang! The entire undying world trembled. Su Wuxin's eyes narrowed slightly. Grand Elder. As soon as she finished speaking, another black-robed old man flew out from behind her, and his arms were weak. Heaven and earth protection. Bang! An invisible barrier suddenly appeared above them, and it blocked Qiongqi. However, the barrier cracked as soon as it blocked Qiongqi. Su Wuxin gazed at Qiongqi. All of you stall him. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Xiao Ta was dashing madly somewhere in the starry sky. Find his master. He knew that the only one who could protect these undying Emperor clan members was his master. Moreover, he still needed to find his master to save Yi Xian. At this moment, a woman suddenly appeared not far from Xiao Ta, and Xiao Ta stopped. The woman was wearing a snow-white dress that was spotless. In her right hand was an ancient scroll. The woman looked at Xiao Ta and smiled. Xiao Ta, where are you going? Xiao Ta was silent for a moment and then said, just strolling around. The woman blinked. How about you stroll around my place? Xiao Ta turned and ran. The woman's lips curled. Freeze. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire starry sky froze. And even the starlight froze at this moment. In the distance, Xiao Ta was frozen on the spot and could not move. Xiao Ta wailed, it's over. The woman appeared in front of Xiao Ta, and she smiled. Come with me. As she spoke, she grabbed Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta suddenly said, my master is very powerful. The woman smiled. He's quite powerful. But you're not. Xiao Ta. Moments later, the woman took Xiao Ta and vanished into the starry sky. Not long after, Su Wuxin appeared. Su Wuxin glanced at the scene and frowned. He's gone. At this moment, A white figure suddenly appeared at the end of the starry sky. Su Wuxin looked at the white figure, and his eyes were extremely solemn. The white figure smiled. Kill Yi Xian, and I'll revive your father and restore your Void Tribe's freedom. Apart from that, this universe will belong to your Void Tribe in the future, and the entire universe will be devoured by your Void Tribe. Su Wuxin looked at the white figure. Do I have a choice? The white figure walked into the distance. Miss, I didn't remove Master's seal for you to play. If he doesn't die, your Void Tribe will die. As soon as he finished speaking, the white figure had vanished into the starry sky. Su Wuxin fell silent. At this moment, a sense of sorrow arose in her heart. The seemingly powerful Void Tribe was only a pawn of someone else. However, if they wanted to live, they could only be someone else's pawn. After a while, Su Wuxin turned around and left. Undying world. At this moment, Yi Xian was getting stronger as he fought, and the peri-celestial powerhouse was finding it difficult to resist him. Although Yi Xian was only at the breaking mortal realm, with the power of his bloodline and the burning of his lifespan, his current combat strength could suppress a peri-celestial powerhouse. Of course, this was obtained by burning his lifespan, and it was only a flash in the pan. After all, once his lifespan was burned, he would be gone. On the other hand, Qiongqi was even more ferocious. He was holding back countless Void Tribe powerhouses by himself. In fact, the most important person was Little Mu. She had forcefully held back nearly 20 super assassins. During the battle, she had already killed 6 super assassins, and the number of assassins on the battlefield was decreasing. In fact, she was much more powerful than these assassins, but there was nothing she could do about it. These assassins would not fight her head-on, and they would only attack when she wanted to help Yi Xian. These assassins' goal was very simple. They wanted to hold back Little Mu, not kill her. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly struck the mysterious Yin Elder with his sword. Just as he was about to attack again, a shadow flashed behind him, and he instinctively turned around and slashed down with his sword. Boom! The space in front of Yi Xian exploded, and a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man's fist collided with Yi Xian's sword. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian, and then he suddenly spun. Boom! A wave of blood-red sword light exploded, and Yi Xian retreated over 1 kilometer with his sword. Meanwhile, the mysterious Yin Elder suddenly appeared in front of him, and slammed his fist towards Yi Xian's head. At the same time, the middle-aged man who had just appeared behind Yi Xian as well. A pincer attack. Yi Xian's space-time shoes suddenly activated, and he vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he was behind the middle-aged man, and he stabbed his sword towards the back of the middle-aged man's neck. The middle-aged man reacted extremely quickly, and he turned around and punched again. Boom! The middle-aged man was blasted flying by Yi Xian's sword strike. At this moment, Yi Xian's strength had far surpassed the peri-celestial stage. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian. His entire right arm had split open, and his fist had been sliced open. Yi Xian's attack had almost crippled his entire arm. At this moment, the mysterious Yin Elder suddenly said, "He won't be able to hold on for much longer." The middle-aged man nodded. At this moment, Yi Xian was madly burning his lifespan. Even though he'd obtained boundless energy, he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. It wouldn't be long before he perished on the spot. As for the two of them, they just had to buy some time. However, they'd overlooked something, and that was Little Mu. Suddenly, a ray of cold light appeared at the middle-aged man's throat. His expression changed drastically, and he wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Hiss! The middle-aged man's head flew into the air. The mysterious Yin Elder's expression changed drastically when he saw this, and he hurriedly retreated. Little Mu gazed at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed like he was covered in blood, and his aura was extremely formidable. Little Mu said, "Let's go." However, Yi Xian paid no attention to her. Instead, he turned around and charged towards the experts from the Void Tribe. Little Mu didn't say anything when she saw this, and she just charged after Yi Xian. The expressions of the experts from the Void Tribe changed drastically when they saw Yi Xian charge towards them. Ordinary experts couldn't resist Yi Xian at all. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared here. It was Su Wuxin. and her eyes narrowed slightly when she saw Yi Xian and Xiao Mu charge over the Void Divine Guard. As soon as she finished speaking, 6 old men suddenly charged out from the world of nothingness behind her. Su Wuxin said, "Stop that assassin." The 6 of them suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and then they chanted an ancient incantation. The space in the surroundings suddenly trembled violently, and then numerous blood-red threads gradually covered the entire space here. At this moment, the blood-red threads in a certain area strangely disappeared. The 6 of them roared furiously at the same time. Spatial shift. As soon as they finished speaking, the 6 of them vanished. Little Mu had vanished along with them as well. They couldn't do anything to Little Mu at all, so they could only choose to take Little Mu away. After Little Mu was sent away, only Yi Xian and Qiongqi remained here, and Qiongqi had been stopped by the experts from the Void Tribe. Su Wuxin gazed at Yi Xian. "You're done for." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged over. Besides Su Wuxin, there were 2 Peri-Celestial Realm experts and 12 Mortal Extinguisher Realm experts. Because Little Mu's previous clones had been killed, Yi Xian didn't retreat when he saw Su Wuxin and the others charging over, and he held the sword spirit in his hand as he charged towards them. P.S. Sorry it's late. Chapter 1629. At this moment, Yi Xian had truly forgotten about life and death. No, he was seeking death. When he saw countless experts of the undying Imperial clan self-destruct, he felt extremely guilty. If not for Yi Xian, the undying Imperial clan might not have ended up like this. Karma. Because of Yi Xian's karma, he had implicated the undying Imperial clan. At this moment, half of his hair had turned white, because he was still burning his lifespan. At this moment he had less than 100 years left. The moment Yi Xian charged out, Qiongqi's expression changed and he roared angrily. "Brat, don't tell me you're really seeking death." He realized that something was wrong. At first, he had thought that Yi Xian only wanted to kill a few people and then retreat. But now, it seemed that was not the case. This brat was simply seeking death. He could not let this brat die here. Otherwise, the entire universe would disappear. Ignoring the brat's father, if Tianming knew that the brat had died here, Qiongqi did not dare to think about it. That woman would really bury the entire universe with Yi Xian. And if that woman went crazy, no one would be able to stop her. As if remembering something, Qiongqi suddenly said, "Sword Spirit. Take him away." Sword Spirit. The sword in Yi Xian's hand trembled slightly. However, she did not take Yi Xian away. Instead, she actively cooperated with Yi Xian. Seeing this, Qiongqi roared angrily. "What are you doing?" In the distance, Yi Xian slashed down with his sword. Su Wuxin, who was in the lead, was pushed back several thousand zhang. The instant Su Wuxin retreated, Yi Xian slashed out with his sword again. A bloody head flew into the air. Mortal Extinguisher Realm Expert. Yi Xian brandished his sword as fast as lightning. Every time he brandished his sword, a bloody head would be cut off. At this moment, he was killing Mortal Extinguisher Realm experts like dogs. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen experts had died. Most of them were at the Mortal Extinguisher state. Yi Xian was also covered in wounds. Su Wuxin suddenly spoke furiously when he witnessed this scene. "Just keep him busy." She knew that Yi Xian was currently overdrafting his life. As long as this dragged on for a while, Yi Xian himself would die. Around them, the Void Tribe powerhouses were no longer attacking. Instead, they surrounded them without attacking. Yi Xian suddenly raised his sword and leaped, slashing at Su Wuxin. In the distance, Su Wuxin clenched his right hand. "Defend!" Boom. A shapeless barrier appeared above her. However, the barrier was instantly shattered by Yi Xian's sword strike. Rumble. Su Wuxin was pushed back. While she was being pushed back, Yi Xian dashed forward again. Then he swung his sword down again. A ray of blood-red sword light slashed down and tore through everything. Su Wuxin's pupils constricted when she saw this attack. She opened her right hand, and a black shield suddenly appeared in her grasp. In the next moment, the black shield suddenly appeared above her head. Boom. When Yi Xian's sword strike struck the black shield, the entire shield trembled, and then a shapeless force swept towards the surroundings. The space in an area of over 100 kilometers cracked apart. The force of Yi Xian's attack was dispersed into the surroundings, and this expanse of space bore the brunt of it. Meanwhile, Yi Xian slashed down once more. Boom! The black shield trembled violently, and the surrounding space collapsed. Su Wuxin was blasted 30 kilometers away along with the shield. After she stopped, Su Wuxin slowly clenched her right hand. She stared fixedly at Yi Xian. His right hand behind him had cracked apart. It wasn't just his right hand. Her internal organs had cracked as well. Yi Xian was much stronger than before. After all, she'd been suppressing Yi Xian in the beginning. Yet now she'd been suppressed instead. Meanwhile, the Void Tribe experts in the surroundings were about to attack when Su Wuxin suddenly said, "Stand down." The Void Tribe experts in the surroundings retreated in unison. Asking these Void Tribe experts to deal with Yi Xian now would only be sacrificing themselves for nothing. Su Wuxin walked slowly towards Yi Xian. She relaxed her right hand, and the black shield appeared once more in her palm. At this moment, Yi Xian dashed forward and thrust his sword out. Chi! A ray of sword light shot towards Su Wuxin. Su Wuxin's right foot was in a half-squat position as she raised the shield in her right hand and blocked it. Bang! This time, the black shield forcefully blocked Yi Xian's sword. At practically the exact same moment, Su Wuxin flipped over and swept her leg towards Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian didn't dodge, and he stabbed his sword at Su Wuxin instead. Hiss! Bang! Yi Xian's figure was swept over 10 kilometers away, while Su Wuxin moved 3 kilometers back as well. There was a mark on her chest. Over 3 kilometers away, Yi Xian's entire left hand was gone. When Su Wuxin's right leg swept towards him, he'd used his left hand to block it, and the price he paid was his hand. In the distance, Su Wuxin glanced at her stomach, and there was a hole there. There was a strand of sword qi raging within her body, but she'd suppressed it. Su Wuxin gazed coldly at Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly vanished. His figure was nowhere to be seen, and only a ray of sword light could be seen. The space-time shoes. Su Wuxin's pupils constricted when she saw Yi Xian's sword slash towards her, and she immediately placed the black shield in front of her. Bang! A ray of blood-red light exploded apart, and then the black shield instantly shattered while Su Wuxin was blasted flying. Even Su Wuxin couldn't endure the strength of Yi Xian's attack. Meanwhile, Yi Xian charged forward again. Obviously, he intended to kill Su Wuxin first. Su Wuxin's eyes flashed ferociously. "Let's see how long you can last." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot like a bolt of lightning. Hiss! Space was torn apart. Su Wuxin chose to fight Yi Xian head-on, because she realized that defending would only put her in a more passive position. Su Wuxin slammed her fist forward, and light flickered on her fist. The space where Su Wuxin's fist descended was transformed into a huge dent, and the ray of light within the dent was distorted. Rumble! As an explosion rang out, the space around the two of them turned into nothingness at this moment. At this moment, the entire Undying World started to shatter. Actually, the entire Undying World was already in pieces. When the Undying Emperor clan's experts had self-destructed, they had heavily damaged the world. Therefore, the world could no longer endure Su Wuxin and Yi Xian's power. The entire Undying World was crumbling and being destroyed. Just then, Yi Xian disappeared on the spot. In the distance, Su Wuxin frowned slightly, and then she suddenly slammed her fist forward. Rumble! A powerful force swept out from her fist like a mountain torrent, and this force forcefully shattered the ray of light. But at this moment, Yi Xian appeared in front of her, and his sword stabbed towards her throat. Su Wuxin slammed her hands together, and this time, she blocked Yi Xian's sword. Rumble! Su Wuxin's hands trembled violently, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Wuxin's expression turned fierce, and she stomped her right foot, releasing Yi Xian's sword. She tilted her head, and her right fist slammed towards Yi Xian's abdomen. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword changed from a stab to a slash. Boom! Chi! Yi Xian's entire body arched as he was sent flying, and Su Wuxin's right arm was also sent flying. In the distance, Yi Xian had just stopped, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body had been torn apart. If it weren't for the violet aura and the undying bloodline, this punch would have been enough to kill him. Even with the violet aura and the undying bloodline, he still felt terrible. This was because he no longer had a powerful physical body. In the distance, Su Wuxin was extremely weak. She'd exhausted a great deal of her strength, and she'd been heavily injured by Yi Xian's sword. Most importantly, she didn't have the terrifying regenerative abilities that Yi Xian possessed. Su Wuxin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and then she looked up at Yi Xian. Meanwhile, the surrounding experts of the Void Tribe were about to attack, but Su Wuxin stopped them. Although Yi Xian looked extremely weak right now, he still had the strength to attack. But now, there were not many people present who could withstand Yi Xian's sword. Even a peri-celestial realm expert couldn't stop it. After overdrafting his vitality and coupled with the terrifying power of his bloodline, Yi Xian's strength had far surpassed the peri-celestial realm, and was close to the transcendent god realm. Su Wuxin walked slowly towards Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand, and his aura was growing stronger and stronger to an abnormal degree. Su Wuxin suddenly punched from afar. Bang! A fist tore through boundless space of darkness and smashed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly slashed his sword down. Bang! The fist was instantly blasted apart. Meanwhile, Su Wuxin suddenly appeared in front of him and smashed her fist towards his face. Yi Xian didn't defend against this punch, and he stabbed his sword at Su Wuxin's chest instead. Moreover, Su Wuxin didn't choose to defend against it as well. Hiss! Bang! Yi Xian was blasted flying once more. At the same time, his body started to crack apart inch by inch. When he finally stopped, his body had vanished, and only his soul remained. Moreover, his soul was growing more and more illusory. On the other hand, Su Wuxin was pushed almost 3 kilometers back. She knelt down on one knee while blood flowed incessantly from her mouth. Her injuries weren't any lesser than Yi Xian's. If not for the power of the bloodline in her body suppressing Yi Xian's sword energy, she would have died when Yi Xian's sword pierced her abdomen. Both of them possessed top-rate bloodlines. Su Wuxin raised her head and gazed at Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's soul suddenly floated towards her. Su Wuxin's pupils constricted when she witnessed this scene. This fellow can still attack? Su Wuxin stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Kill him. At this moment, she was unable to attack any longer, because Yi Xian had 3 strands of sword energy within her body, so she would definitely die if she attacked. The experts of the Void race in the surroundings charged towards Yi Xian when they heard her. In the distance, Yi Xian wielded his sword and walked toward the Void tribe powerhouses. At this moment, because his physical body had been destroyed, his insane demon bloodline was slowly disappearing, so his consciousness was gradually recovering. Yi Xian gazed at the experts of the Void race who were charging towards him from afar, and he spoke softly, "Farewell." As he spoke, he was about to ignite his soul. Meanwhile, the sword spirit in his grasp suddenly started trembling. A moment later, it transformed into a woman in a red dress who appeared in front of Yi Xian. She gazed at Yi Xian. "Master has always cared about you. His concern for you is no less than Tianming's. It's the first time you've been another's son, and it's the first time he's become a father as well. He definitely didn't do well, so don't blame him." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and started walking towards the experts of the Void race. Su Wuxin stared fixedly at her. "You're just a sword." She gazed coldly at him. "I'm a sword, but I'm Yang Ye's sword." As soon as she finished speaking, she tapped the tip of her foot against the ground and swung her sword. Hiss! In an instant, a few hundred heads flew into the air. Chapter 1630. All the experts of the Void tribe were stunned when they witnessed this scene, including Su Wuxin, who led the group. There weren't just mortal-shattering realm experts amongst them, there were even mortal extinguisher realm experts. All of them had been instantly killed with just a single strike. Instantly killed. Su Wuxin stared fixedly at the woman in a red dress, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, Yi Xian was slightly stunned as well. The sword spirit is that strong? He'd always thought that the sword spirit was just a sword, a comparatively stronger sword. However, he hadn't expected that she would actually be so strong. She's probably on the verge of attaining the overgod realm. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian shook his head and laughed bitterly. I'm truly too stupid. How could my father's sword be weak? All the experts of the Void Tribe stared fixedly at the sword spirit in the distance, and their eyes were filled with fear. The sword spirit's strength had terrified them. Meanwhile, Su Wuxin suddenly said, "Retreat! Retreat!" The experts of the Void Tribe retreated explosively when they heard Su Wuxin. After all, the sword spirit wasn't the only one here. Little Mu was here as well. Once that little girl withdrew, she would be the nightmare of the Void Tribe. It didn't take long for the experts of the Void Tribe to retreat into the world of nothingness. The sword spirit didn't pursue them. She turned around and walked over to Yi Xian. She gazed at Yi Xian and said, "You have to rely on yourself." As she spoke, she gazed at Qiongqi. "Let's go." Qiongqi hesitated for a moment before nodding. The sword spirit and Qiongqi left. Yi Xian suddenly said, "You were able to save the members of the Undying Imperial Clan just now, right?" The sword spirit stopped moving. "That's what you should protect, not me. Remember, it's impossible for someone to help you forever. Especially now. Besides the 3 swords, anyone who helps you might die. You must remember that." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished into the starry sky with Qiongqi. Yi Xian fell silent. Qiongqi said, "Are you really not going to help him?" The sword spirit gazed into the distance. "I can help him now, but can I help him forever?" Qiongqi hesitated for a moment and said, "He can't deal with them right now." The sword spirit turned to look at Qiongqi. "It's time for him to grow up." Qiongqi shook his head. "The price is too high." The sword spirit softly said, "The price of growth is cruel. If he doesn't grow up, more people will die in the future." Qiongqi sighed softly and did not say anything else. Undead world. At this moment, the undying world was already pitch black. The undying realm no longer existed. Yi Xian stood where he was, all alone, looking abnormally frail. Yi Xian stood rooted to the ground, his eyes glazed over. Higashi Yasushi was dead. Countless experts of the Undying Imperial Clan had died. Jing Dongli, Zhan Dongli, Zhou Dongli. After a long time, Yi Xian looked at his own hands. He had originally thought that by rushing back, he would be able to save the Undying Emperor clan. However, he was wrong. He was gravely mistaken. He couldn't save anyone. Not only could no one save him, but he also needed someone else to save him. Without Qing'er and his father, he couldn't protect anyone. After a long time, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. I'm sorry, self-blame, guilt, heartache. At this moment, he realized that most of the time, death was much more comfortable than living. After a long time, Yi Xian opened his eyes. He respectfully bowed to the crowd, then turned around and left. Revive the Undying Imperial Clan. Green City, Yi Family Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man dressed in black robes. Not far behind the old man stood a youth. The youth had a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi family elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to depose Yi Xian, she ignored her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall. She said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a family matter. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, My brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly. Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists. She said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince. It's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "This subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. "This subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'm willing to die 1,000 deaths." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Qingcheng Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yiling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yiling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yiling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yiling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yiling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince Yilang suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times, as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yilang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, Young Master Yilang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yiling's face instantly swelled up. But she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yiling looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yiling nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and quickly bowed deeply. I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yiling nodded. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yiling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yiling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yiling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yiling, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung. Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yiling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yiling's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, Your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Chapter 1631. In the starry sky, The woman's voice rumbled like thunder and didn't disperse for a long time. Dao Yi. The woman in white was the former leader of all the laws. And the woman in black was the second strongest law of destiny, Ming. Dao Yi chuckled. Ming, I don't understand. You're a law of destiny, so why don't you have any thoughts of controlling your own destiny? Master is dead, and you've escaped his control. Isn't that a good thing? Ming clenched her right hand and said ferociously, Bitch, did Master ever mistreat you? Dao Yi shook her head. No. He was very good to me. He was the person who treated me the best in the world. Ming roared. Then why did you join forces with the other dimensional people to kill him? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Dao Yi smiled. Let's not talk about this, all right? Ming's expression was ferocious. Dao Yi, Master liked you the most and valued you the most. He was prepared to let you take over his position, but he never imagined that the person he trusted the most, the person he loved the most, would betray him. As she spoke, she pointed at Dao Yi. Bitch, if it wasn't for you, how could Master have perished? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly blasted her fist forward. Bang! In an instant, the starry sky was covered in strange runes. Grand Dao laws. This punch contained boundless Grand Dao laws, and it could easily destroy a universe in the outside world. In the distance, Dao Yi's expression was calm as she slowly stretched out her right hand and pressed it down. The starry sky seemed to freeze, and in the next moment, the strange runes gradually turned illusory before vanishing. Right at this moment, a strange scene appeared in the surrounding space, and the strange runes that had vanished suddenly reappeared in the starry sky. Time was reversed. Time had been reversed to 3 breaths of time ago. All the runes suddenly converged to form a huge runic fist, and it instantly blasted towards Dao Yi. Dao Yi's expression was still calm as she pointed forward with her finger. Bang! As soon as her finger descended, the runic fist instantly vanished. But in the next moment, time flowed backward once more, and the runic fist appeared once more. Not only that, but before Dao Yi could even make a move, the runic fist had already landed on her body. Boom! Dao Yi's body trembled in fear, and became a little more illusory. It wasn't his main body. This was not her real body. Dao Yi turned her head and saw a woman standing a few hundred feet to her right. The woman was wearing a simple cotton dress. Her right hand was hidden in her sleeve, and her left hand was placed in front of her chest. At this moment, she was also looking at Dao Yi. Time law. Among the 9 great laws, it was ranked 3rd. Dao Yi glanced at the laws of time and smiled. Third brother, I didn't expect you to be able to use the laws of time to such an extent. No wonder Master often praised you. The life law shook its head. Dao Yi, please don't mention Master. You're not worthy. Dao Yi smiled and said, Don't mention it. Then, she looked at the law of destiny. Ming, you should be able to feel that the boundary that Master set up is slowly disappearing. Once it disappears, you guys won't be able to defend this place. Ming sneered. Do you want us to surrender? Dao Yi smiled. You definitely won't. Ming was expressionless. Then why are you here talking nonsense? Dao Yi looked at Ming and smiled. Ming, you've already sacrificed your eyes for this universe. Why? Do you want to continue sacrificing your life? Qingcheng Yi family's ancestral shrine. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi family's elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. Her name was Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she ignored her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the ancestral shrine, asking timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a family matter. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral shrine. Once again, she bowed to the elders. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family for the mining rights. He's fighting for the family, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the family is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince's position. It's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince. Yi Ling nodded. You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'm willing to risk my life for you. Yi Ling nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, Your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's entire face was a bloody mess as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Qingcheng Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides there were the Yi clan elders. Why Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince. What are you shouting about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, and before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pum. Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, Your man? As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng. Chapter 1632. Yi Xian knew very well that with his current strength, he could not fight against the Void Tribe at all. Acting recklessly would only send more people to their deaths. Moreover, his intuition told him that there must be a stronger powerhouse behind the Void Tribe. That was because the Void Tribe was backed by the laws of the universe. The assassins who stopped Little Mu earlier were nurtured by the laws of the universe. The laws of the universe must have nurtured transcendent powerhouses, and there were definitely many of them. After Yi Xian and Little Mu left, the Earth Spirit clan began to speed up the construction of the world's #1 armor. At that moment, they also knew about the existence of the Void Tribe. The Void Tribe's target was not just the Undying Emperor clan and the Fifth Dimension, but the entire universe. The Void Tribe would not let go of anything that they could devour. The Earth Spirit clan was also in danger. In order to build the world's #1 armor, the Earth Spirit clan could be said to have used all the power of the clan, including all the top-grade materials that the Earth Spirit clan had collected in history. The destruction of the War God's armor was extremely embarrassing for the Earth Spirit clan. The ultimate treasure of the Earth Spirit clan was smashed into pieces by a single punch. It was too embarrassing. Therefore, in order to build the world's #1 armor, the Earth Spirit clan could be said to have used all the top-grade materials of the Earth Spirit clan. Not only that, but in order to build the world's #1 armor, the Earth Spirit clan even invited some ancestors of the Earth Spirit clan. Little Mu brought Yi Xian to an unknown sea. In this endless sea, there was a small island. When they landed on the island, Yi Xian saw the tree in his memory. The tree stood in the middle of the island, surrounded by endless sea. Yi Xian walked to the tree. At that moment, there was no one under the tree. At the side, Xiaomu looked around with tears in his eyes. This was the happiest place she had ever been. Now everything was the same, but the people had changed. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Why was God Yi killed by the laws of the universe back then? He had been thinking about this question. However, he could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. Logically speaking, God Yi could create the laws of the universe. So his strength must have far surpassed the laws of the universe. How could he be killed by his own creation? Could there be an enemy? At this point, Yi Xian raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. There were 3 possibilities for God Yi's fall. The first possibility was that God Yi was really killed by the universal laws. The universal laws were superior to the universal laws. They didn't want to be controlled by God Yi, so they killed God Yi. The second possibility was that God Yi had some sinister plot and took the initiative to reincarnate. The third possibility was that there was a powerful external enemy who joined forces with the universal laws to kill God Yi. All 3 possibilities were possible. Since God Yi could create the law of the universe, he must be able to create something else. At this thought, Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked around. However, there was nothing but seawater around him. At this moment, footsteps sounded behind them. Xiaomu turned around abruptly and saw a woman in a white dress walking towards her slowly. Seeing this woman in white, Xiaomu's expression turned extremely solemn. Of course, she knew this woman. Daoyi, the first law of the universe. Yi Xian knew this woman as well. She was Daoyi who loved to read books. Daoyi looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Should I call you Yi Xian or God Yi? Yi Xian replied. Yi Xian. Daoyi smiled. That's true. Now Green City Yi Clan Ancestral Temple. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince shall be removed and Yi Lang shall take over. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. That person was none other than Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice was suddenly heard in the ancestral temple. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. The little girl's name was Yiling. She was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yiling, what are you doing? The little girl named Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral temple and said timidly, Grand Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him? The Grand Elder looked at Yiling coldly. This is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yiling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look at the Grand Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral temple. She bowed to the elders on both sides and said, Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and his life is uncertain. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Grand Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Grand Elder replied coldly, Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of crown prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap was heard. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard quickly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. Subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'm willing to risk my life for you. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung. Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, Your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked to Yi Ling's side, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Qingcheng Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you butting in? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly. Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply. I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, and before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung. Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him. asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked to Yi Ling's side, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Punk. Chapter 1633. After a long time, Daoyi suddenly laughed. "You're so silly." She put away the letter as she spoke. When she turned around to look at Yi Xian, the tears on her face had disappeared, and she had returned to normal. Daoyi looked at Yi Xian. "Follow me." Then she turned around and left. When Yi Xian was about to leave, Xiaomu suddenly pulled Yi Xian and pointed at a box above her head. Yi Xian gently rubbed Xiaomu's head and looked at the box. "Come down." The box fell in front of Xiaomu, and she opened it. Inside the box was an ancient book. On the cover of the book, there were 4 big words. Soul-chasing murder. It was a martial art. Xiaomu looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled. "It's for you." At this time, Daoyi suddenly said, "This is the strongest assassination technique in the world. If she learns it, she will be a great threat to the laws of the universe. Under the laws of the universe, almost no one can resist it." Then she turned to look at Xiaomu and smiled. "Master still loves you very much." Xiaomu looked at Daoyi coldly, and then kept the ancient book. Daoyi suddenly put her fingers together, and the space in front of them turned into a strange vortex. She brought Yi Xian and Xiaomu into it. As soon as the 3 of them entered, they arrived at an unknown starry sky. The starry sky was silent, and the starry sky was dim, and it was a little oppressive. Daoyi walked into the distance. Xiaomu looked around, and she was a little curious and confused. At this time Daoyi smiled. "This is the place where Master used to live, and now it's deserted." Yi Xian looked at Daoyi, and he didn't say anything. Daoyi smiled. "You must be curious about what I want you to do. Don't worry, it's not something that will make things difficult for you." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "You want that alien to come in?" Daoyi nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" The corners of Daoyi's mouth lifted. "I can't tell you for the time being." Yi Xian did not ask any further. Not long after, Daoyi brought Yi Xian and Xiaomu to a palace. In front of the palace, there was a statue that was almost 100 zhang tall. The statue was holding a sword in front of its chest. Daoyi said with smile, "A Vichy swordsman is the guardian of this place. Do you know? Before I saw the swordsman behind you, I always thought that the Avicii swordsman was the ceiling of swordsmanship. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Just like the old saying goes, no matter how strong you are, there's always someone stronger." Yi Xian looked at the swordsman of the Avicii sect. No one knew what he was thinking. Daoyi asked again, "You want to wake him up?" Yi Xian nodded. Daoyi shook his head. "Not now." Yi Xian asked, "Why?" Daoyi said with a smile, "This guy will cause me a lot of trouble. So you can't wake him up now. Come, lead the way. Only when he senses your aura will he not wake up. Now he is in a deep slumber. However, his swordsmanship will guard this place instinctively. I don't want to fight him because if I do, he might wake up. So I need you to lead the way." Yi Xian took another glance at the statue. Daoyi continued, "Don't try to wake him up. Otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences." Green City, Yi family's ancestral shrine. Ancestors, Yi Xian is incompetent and immoral. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. Beside him were the Yi family's elders. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yiling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to dismiss Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yiling, what are you doing? Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him? The Great Elder looked at Yiling coldly. This is a matter of the family. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yiling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince Yiling suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning. The Great Elder replied coldly, Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family's guards rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now he's fighting for the family. This is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yiling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, Young Master Yiling inherits the crown prince position. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. Yiling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yiling looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard quickly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yiling nodded. You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'm willing to risk my life for you. Yiling nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yiling. When he saw the murderous intent in Yiling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yiling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yiling and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Puh. Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yiling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yiling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yiling's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, Your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian ignored Zhang Mu. Walking up to Yiling, seeing Yiling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng. Qingcheng Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you butting in? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly. Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince. What are you shouting about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard quickly bowed. This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and quickly bowed deeply. This subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu saw something, and suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder squinted his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung. Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared. Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. While Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Chapter 1634. Nothing at all. Her words were like knives that cut straight to the heart. Yi Xian wanted to refute Dao Yi, but he didn't know how to retort. Without his father in Qing, or what was he? To someone like Dao Yi, he was nothing at all. Moreover, Dao Yi was right. What right did he have to complain about the unfairness of the world? There were too many unfair things in the world. Although he was born with the body of disaster, he was still alive. He still had his father in Qing. On the other hand, many people didn't even have the chance to fight back against the unfairness of fate. At least he had the chance to fight back. Dao Yi walked to the side of the palace. She looked at the distant sky and softly said, "Master, you are no longer a child. Don't call others elders just because you can't beat them." "I understand," Yi Xian said softly. Dao Yi turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. "Do you really understand?" Yi Xian nodded. "I do." Dao Yi nodded. "It's good that you understand. If you don't, you'll suffer more in the future and lose more." With that, she walked out of the hall. In the hall, Yi Xian didn't speak for a long time. Just then, Xiaomu suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian looked at Xiaomu, but Xiaomu held onto Yi Xian's hand tightly and didn't say a word. Yi Xian smiled. "I'm fine." With that, he held Xiaomu's hand and walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, Dao Yi looked at the two holding hands. She turned and smiled. "Let's go to the next place." Yi Xian nodded. "I'll listen to you." Dao Yi turned to Yi Xian. "Listen to me?" Yi Xian nodded. Dao Yi smiled. "It seems like you've listened to me. Let's go." With that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian dragged Xiaomu along with him. When passing by the two statues, Yi Xian didn't even look at them. He had no other ideas. This was because he knew that none of his ideas were realistic. Even if he were to awaken the two statues, they might not be able to do anything to this woman. In the starry sky, Dao Yi walked slowly while Yi Xian and Xiaomu followed behind him. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "What was that ancient book just now?" Dao Yi said with smile, "Master used to like an ancient book very much." Yi Xian asked, "What ancient book?" Dao Yi said, "The Theory of Rules was written by Master. I really liked the first half." Yi Xian glanced at Dao Yi. "You don't like the back?" Dao Yi smiled. "It's not that I don't like it. I just feel that the latter part is too unrealistic. Master said that this universe must have rules. The more powerful one is, the more they should be bound by the rules. However, he never thought of a problem. What if someone is stronger than him? Moreover, he is the one who makes the rules. If he breaks the rules, who will be able to restrain him?" Yi Xian said, "Have you told him?" Dao Yi nodded. "Yes, but I can't change his mind. Master is quite stubborn at times." Yi Xian suddenly said, "What do you think?" Dao Yi Green City Yi Family Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi family's elders. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. Her name was Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed slightly to the people in the ancestral hall. She said timidly, "Grand Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a young prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a family matter. What are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince." Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning." The great elder coldly replied, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "Subordinate Zhangmu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhangmu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. "Subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood?" Zhangmu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhangmu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder's eyes narrowed, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking about. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhangmu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhangmu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung. Zhangmu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhangmu again. At this time Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhangmu's chest. Pooh! Zhangmu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, barking, "Your man!" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhangmu's face. Zhangmu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhangmu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhangmu and kicked Zhangmu's head. Pung. Qingcheng Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you butting in? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and quickly bowed deeply. I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder squinted his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged toward Zhang Mu again. At this time Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, Your man. As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Chapter 1635. Yi Xian and Dao Yi followed Dao Yi to the bamboo house. In front of the bamboo house, Yi Xian saw a familiar person. Xiao Er. At this moment, Xiao Er was sitting on the ground playing chess with a woman in a red dress. When he saw Xiao Er, Yi Xian was slightly startled and then said softly, "Xiao Er." Xiao Er did not turn to look at Yi Xian and continued playing chess. At this moment, the woman in the red dress looked at Yi Xian. She glanced at Yi Xian and did not speak. Dao Yi suddenly walked to the woman in the red dress and said with a smile, "Let me introduce you, this is the law of misfortune." Misfortune law. Yi Xian's gaze fell on the woman in the red dress. The woman in the red dress was also looking at him. Her expression was indifferent and not particularly friendly. Dao Yi said with a smile, "Your life has not been smooth sailing, and it is related to our misfortune. Now that you have seen her in person, what do you think?" Yi Xian said lightly, "No." Dao Yi blinked. "No." Yi Xian said, "I can't beat her. I can't beat her." Dao Yi was slightly startled and then laughed. "Indeed. There is still a big gap between you and our misfortune." As she said, she looked at Xiao Er. "Master, do you know? Xiao Er resisted us to help you. This is something we did not expect." At this moment, the law of misfortune suddenly said, "He is not master." Dao Yi shook his head. "He is." Xiao Er frowned. "You know he is not." Dao Yi said with a smile, "He is." Xiao Er shook her head. "He is not." Dao Yi said again. "Xiao Er, do you know why he is?" Xiao Er looked at Dao Yi. "Why?" Dao Yi said with a smile. "Because his fate is one with master, and it is not as simple as reincarnation. He would eventually remember everything that had happened in the past. The only difference is that he has the memory of this life." Xiao Er was silent. Dao Yi smiled. "Show him some respect." Xiao Er still said nothing. At this moment, Yi Xian walked up to Xiao Er. He looked at Xiao Er. "I'm very happy to see you." Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian. "What are you doing here?" Yi Xian said, "Dao Yi asked me to come." Xiao Er looked at Dao Yi and Dao Yi smiled. "Don't worry, I won't kill him." Xiao Er looked at Dao Yi. Xiao Er lowered his head and did not speak. Dao Yi gently rubbed Xiao Er's head and said with smile, "Little girl, you really care about him. However, this fellow isn't a single-minded person. Moreover, when it comes to matters of the heart, he practically avoids it and never deals with it seriously. Hence, if you have any other thoughts about him, you might end up hurting yourself in the end." Ian Dao Yi said. "Xiao xiao 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 yi," Dao Yi said. "But this guy is not a single-minded person. He always avoids relationships and never deals with them seriously. If you have other thoughts about him, you will hurt yourself." She looked at Yi Xian. "How do you feel about Xiao Er?" Yi Xian hesitated and did not speak. Dao Yi shook his head. "You are a coward. At least, you are a coward when it comes to relationships." Yi Xian was about to speak when Dao Yi said, "According to my investigation, you have many women around you. Most of them are interested in you. But what about you? You have never given them a clear attitude. For example, Missin who came from Qing City with you. Did you give her a promise?" "No." "And Miss Xiaojiu from Qing City, and King Tuoba from Jiang Country. Do you remember her?" Yi Xian nodded. "I remember." Dao Yi smiled. "Then do you know how much suffering it was for her to wait for you in Qingqing? You did not give her a promise and did not contact her. In her world, it is as if you have disappeared. But she is still waiting for you alone." Yi Xian lowered his head and did not speak. Dao Yi continued. "Initially, I wanted to teach you a lesson. But after seeing how pitiful she is, I gave up. My good master, ask yourself, are you worth her waiting for?" Yi Xian lowered his head and remained silent. Dao Yi smiled. "Xiao Er is willing to fight against the adversity for you. But what about you? Have you taken the initiative to look for her? But would she be in danger if she did? Master, ask yourself honestly, have you ever really cared about her? Don't tell me you care about her. You can't say that you care about her. You have to prove it with your actions. From the moment Xiao Er disappeared until now, you have never taken the initiative to look for her. To be honest, you are not worth her waiting for. Yi Xian nodded. It is my fault. Dao smiled. You have made a lot of mistakes. You have let down too many people when it comes to love. If you don't like her, don't seduce her. Because when a woman falls in love with a man but cannot get the man's love, it is very painful. Then she shook her head. Whether it is the past life or this life, you have always been like this. You have always avoided love. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. Why did you look for me? Dao Yi smiled. Don't change the topic. I am not finished. Shouldn't you say something to Xiao Er? Yi Xian was silent for a moment. He walked to Xiao Er and said softly, in the beginning, I treated you as an enemy. I was always thinking about how to kill you. Later on, I slowly treated you as a friend. When I saw you destroyed your body because of me, I was very touched. But I know that touching is not love. I like you more than a friend, but less than a lover. That is how I feel about you. Xiao Er was silent for a long time. After a long time she said, me too. Yi Xian smiled. Now I feel that I like you a little more. Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian, and did not say anything. Yi Xian said softly, I did not come to find you. Do you blame me? Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian. Strange. Yi Xian said, I am sorry. Then she took out a small wooden doll and put it in Xiao Er's hand. The wooden doll looked exactly like Xiao Er. It even had a smile on its face. Xiao Er looked at the wooden doll and did not say anything. Yi Xian said again, I am sorry. Xiao Er kept the wooden doll. I forgive you. Dao Yi smiled. Looks like Xiao Er's heart knot has been untied. Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian. What are you going to do now? Yi Xian turned to look at Dao Yi. Miss Dao Yi, what do you want me to do next? Dao Yi smiled. One last thing. Then she pointed at a long bookshelf not far behind her. It was filled with ancient books. There were at least 10,000 of them. Dao Yi said, finish reading them. Yi Xian looked at the ancient books. Finish reading them? Dao Yi nodded. After reading them, you can leave. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. What do you want? Dao Yi smiled. Nothing. After reading them, you can leave. Moreover, the void race will not go to the 5th dimension. 5 years. I will give you 5 years. In 5 years, you can develop well. Yi Xian was silent for a while. He walked to the bookshelf and picked up an ancient book. When he saw the content, his expression changed. It was a martial art. A martial art that he had never seen before. It was a martial art that surpassed his knowledge. Dao Yi suddenly said, these were all brought by Master. There are mental cultivation methods, martial arts, divine abilities, and even some knowledge that surpasses this world. It can be said that these are the most valuable things in this universe. Do you know why the laws of this universe are so strong? Because Master taught us these things since we were young. Our knowledge of this world far surpasses other people in this universe. Especially those martial arts and mental cultivation methods. Even with my current eyes, I feel that they are very good. Especially since there are also Master's observations and insights. You can read more of them. They can help you avoid too many detours. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. I don't understand your intentions. Dao Yi smiled. You don't need to understand. You just need to remember one thing. From now on, you only have 5 years. 5 years isn't too much, but it isn't too little either. In these 5 years, you have a chance to change your future. As she spoke, she walked to the bookshelf and picked up an ancient book and placed it in front of Yi Xian. If you don't work hard in 5 years, many people will die. Just like in the Immortal Emperor clan. You can only watch as the Immortal Emperor clan members self-destruct one after another. At that time, you will feel even more despair than in the Immortal Emperor clan. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. What exactly do you want to do? Dao Yi shook his head and smiled. That isn't something you should be thinking about now. What you should be thinking about now is what you should do. After all, You don't have a lot of time. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi and opened the ancient book that Dao Yi gave him. As he read, Yi Xian's expression gradually became serious. Dao Yi smiled and walked in front of Xiao Er. You go and read it too. Xiao Er looked at Yinan. Yinan nodded. Let's read it. Xiao Er immediately stood up and walked to Yi Xian's side. Together with Yi Xian, they read the ancient books. These are the most precious things in the universe. If any one of them is placed outside, it will shake the entire universe. Yi Xian and Xiao Er read it together. From time to time, they would discuss it. Dao Yi sat in front of Yinan. She looked at the chessboard and shook her head. Xiao Er's chess skills are really bad. As she spoke, she picked up a black chess piece and placed it down. As she placed it down, the black chess piece that was forced into a desperate situation came back to life. Yinan picked up a chess piece and placed it down. What do you want to do? Dao Yi smiled. What do you think? Yinan shook her head. He hates you. If you give him a chance, he will kill you without hesitation. Dao Yi nodded. I know, Yinan said softly. Dao Yi, if you want him to become more outstanding, you shouldn't be too ruthless. You destroyed the immortal emperor clan. He will not forgive you. Dao Yi nodded again. I know. Yinan frowned. Dao Yi suddenly leaned back on the chair. She used her hands as a pillow. She said softly, along the way, too many people have helped him. He looks miserable and tired. However, he will not die. Because there will always be people who will help him at the crucial moment. Everyone is a good person. Someone has to be the bad guy, right? As she spoke, she turned and looked at Yi Xian in the distance. I will be more ruthless to him. Chapter 1636. Outside the bamboo house, it had started raining, bringing with it a slight chill. Inside the bamboo house, Yi Xian and Xiao Er were quietly reading a book. Both of them were very serious. On the side, Dao Yi and Disaster were quietly playing chess. Very quiet. Yi Xian was reading very seriously, very seriously. The name of the book he was reading was Unification of the Great Paths. It described the essence of countless great paths, including the way of the sword. In the past, he did not have a direction, nor did he have a place to learn, but now he did. Yi Xian knew that this was an opportunity for him. In the following time, Yi Xian read like crazy every day and then comprehended. Many times he would also ask Dao Yi for advice and Dao Yi would also answer. Just like that, a month passed. During this month, although Yi Xian's way of the sword was still at the breaking mortal realm, his state of mind had greatly improved. Facts proved that to improve, one not only needed to fight, but also needed to learn. Because learning could let one know many of one's shortcomings, it would let one find a direction that one could work towards. Fighting blindly would not work. Of course, just learning without actual combat would not work either. In short, in the past month, Yi Xian had gained a lot. However, he had a feeling that he was very ignorant of this world's martial path, ignorant of the way of the sword. The more he improved, the more ignorant he felt. At this moment, Yi Xian also understood why the universal laws were so powerful. Because those universal laws had received this kind of martial path education since childhood. How could they not be powerful? On this day, Dao Yi left the bamboo house, and no one knew where he went. After reading an ancient book for a long time, Yi Xian suddenly walked in front of Disaster. Disaster looked at Yi Xian, but did not say anything. Yi Xian hesitated, then said, "Where is Dao Yi?" In fact, he did not like Disaster. After all, the reason why he had been so miserable along the way was because of this woman. Doom said indifferently. He went to take care of some matters. Yi Xian glanced at Disaster. Can I ask a question? Anan looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian placed the ancient book on the table. It says that the great Tao is oneself. I've read this part before, but I know that the true meaning of this book is definitely not what I know. Can you explain it to me in detail? Misfortune said nothing. Yi Xian nodded. Sorry to bother you. As he spoke, he picked up the book and left. Meanwhile, Calamity suddenly said, The Grand Tao is you. It means that the Tao is you. You don't have to pursue the Grand Tao. You should discover yourself, understand yourself, surpass yourself, and destroy yourself in the end. Yi Xian frowned slightly. I know the one in front, but the one in the back, self-destruction? Calamity remained expressionless. Do you know about butterflies? Yi Xian nodded. I know. Calamity suddenly asked. What was before butterflies? Hearing this, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. His right hand clenched the ancient book tightly. After a long time he said softly, I understand. Metamorphosis. Metamorphosis. Destroying oneself was not to kill oneself, but to metamorphose. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's thoughts became clear. He did not directly reach the mortal extinguishing realm. He was still at the mortal breaking realm. However, at this moment, his state of mind was completely different. He was only a thin sheet of paper away from the mortal extinguishing realm. Yi Xian got up and walked out of the bamboo house. He looked at the lake in the distance. A pupa needs to turn into a cocoon to become a butterfly. Humans also need to metamorphose to become another themselves. Mortal extinguishing realm. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. Calm down and focus. Meditate. Inside the bamboo house, Calamity glanced at Yi Xian and did not say anything. At this moment, Xiao sat in front of Calamity and said softly, Will Daoyi kill him? Calamity shook her head. No. Xiao asked again. What does she want to do? Calamity said softly. Do you think she's scary? Xiao nodded. Calamity turned to look at Yi Xian, who was sitting quietly in the distance. There's someone scarier than her. If Master can't even deal with her, then 5 years later, he'll be very miserable, 100 times worse than now. Xiao said in a deep voice, Alien? Calamity said, just one of them. Xiao suddenly said, How strong does he have to be for him to not be so miserable? Calamity lowered her head and looked at the chessboard in front of her. After a long time she said softly, I don't know. Daoyi doesn't know either. The only thing we know is that he's currently very weak, very weak. Xiao turned to look at Yi Xian, and a trace of heartache flashed in her eyes. Her intuition told her that no matter how hard Yi Xian worked, his enemy would always be much stronger than him. The current him was invincible among those in the same realm. However, who was his enemy? It was the void race, the universal law. Forget about the universal law. He couldn't even defeat the void race. And even if he could defeat the void race, there was still the universal law. However, she knew that even if Yi Xian reached the transcendent God realm, he still couldn't defeat the universal law. In front of the universal law, a transcendent God realm powerhouse was still very weak. And even if he could defeat the universal law, but there were still the alien people waiting for him. No matter how hard he worked, no matter how much he risked his life, the enemy would always be much stronger than him. It was too bitter. Xiao said softly, I want to help him. Calamity looked at Xiao, and after a long time she said softly, You will die. Not just possibly die. Xiao looked straight at Calamity. I won't regret it. Calamity was silent for a long time, then shook her head. Silly girl. In the following days, Yi Xian spent all his time either reading or meditating. Another month passed. On this day, Daoyi suddenly returned. Daoyi walked to the side of Yi Xian, who was meditating by the lake. Follow me. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked at Daoyi. Where to? Daoyi said. To save someone. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Save who? Daoyi said. Your sister Nian. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. He immediately stood up and said angrily, What did you do to her? Daoyi said with a smile, I killed her. Yi Xian stared at Daoyi. Daoyi said with a smile, What can you do to me? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Don't hurt her. Daoyi's expression suddenly turned cold. I'll tell you one last time. Never beg your enemy to be merciful to you. In the future, every time you beg me, I will kill someone around you until everyone around you is dead. Yi Xian looked at Daoyi and clenched his right hand tightly. Daoyi said with a smile, Want to hit me? Yi Xian said expressionlessly, Let's go save her. Daoyi blinked. It's you. Not me. With that, she turned and left. Yi Xian followed. Xiao Er wanted to follow but was stopped by Yi Nan. Not only was Xiao Er stopped, Xiao Mu, who wanted to follow, was also stopped by Yi Nan. Dao Yi brought Yi Xian to an unknown world. This world was gray and the surroundings were cold. In the distance, there was a mountain. On the cliff of the mountain, Yi Xian saw a coffin. The coffin was hung vertically on the cliff, and in the coffin lay a woman. This woman was none other than Mu Niannian. Seeing Mu Niannian, Yi Xian clenched his fists. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. Mu Niannian, 5th dimension Tendo. She is a very outstanding woman. Because of you, she died once. Now she will die again. You only have an hour. If you can get there in an hour, you can save her. If you can't, she will die for sure. Just like the Undying Emperor clan, she will die for real. Her soul will be destroyed and she will not even have the chance to reincarnate. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. You can target me. Dao Yi smiled. Aren't I targeting you now? Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. If I die, can you let everyone go? Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. Are you begging me? Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Dao Yi suddenly smiled. You have wasted a lot of time. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi, then turned around and walked towards the mountain. He activated his time shuttle boots and arrived in front of the coffin in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to touch the coffin, a broadsword suddenly fell from the sky. A transcendent state expert. Yi Xian's expression changed, and he blocked it with his sword. Boom. Yi Xian fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Rumble. The ground around him collapsed. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Yi Xian. Before Yi Xian could react, a dagger was placed at his throat. Transcendent state assassins. And they were 2 transcendent state experts. Dao Yi walked in front of Yi Xian and looked down at Yi Xian. You have lost. However, I can give you one more chance. Remember, this is your last chance. Yi Xian stared at Dao Yi. I am the one in the transcending mortality realm. Dao Yi looked coldly at Yi Xian. Will your enemies pity you just because you are weak? Or do you want your enemies to be fair to you? Wake up. Your enemies will not spare you just because you are in the transcending mortality realm. Nor will they pity you. As she spoke, she retreated to the side. The assassin behind Yi Xian disappeared without a trace. At the top of the mountain stood a middle-aged man with a broadsword in his hand. Yi Xian looked up at the coffin with Nian Nian in it, and clenched his right hand tightly. Dao Yi said, Remember, I will not give you another chance. If you fail, you will not die, but Miss Nian Nian will die. And the game will not end. After she dies, there will be another person in there, the person closest to you. After a long silence, Yi Xian stood up and walked into the distance. The moment he took his first step, he activated the power of his bloodline. Boom. In an instant, Yi Xian was covered in blood. A transcendent state assassin. Yi Xian knew very well that this assassin was only second to Xiaomu. If he wanted to defeat this assassin, he would have to use all his strength, all his trump cards. Yi Xian slowly walked into the distance. When he reached the foot of the mountain, a cold light appeared behind him. Yi Xian immediately activated his sword domain. However, as soon as the sword domain appeared, it was shattered by the dagger. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and stabbed with his sword. However, the moment he drew his sword, the assassin had already disappeared. The sword missed. After a moment of silence, the left side of Yi Xian's chest suddenly split open, and blood slowly flowed out. Yi Xian turned around and continued forward. After a few steps, another cold light appeared in front of him. This time, it was aimed at his throat. Yi Xian reacted extremely quickly and dodged to the side. Slash. A dagger brushed past Yi Xian's throat. Yi Xian was about to attack, but the assassin had already disappeared. Yi Xian took a step forward. The moment he took that step, a dagger suddenly appeared at the back of his neck. Yi Xian did not turn around. Instead, he twisted his wrist and stabbed behind him. It was a suicidal move. However, his sword missed because the assassin had already disappeared. However, there was a deep dagger wound at the back of his neck. The assassin did not choose to die together with him because he had a huge advantage. There was no need for him to die together. Yi Xian stood where he was. He raised his head and looked at the coffin. He did not have much time left. He knew that Dao Yi was not trying to scare him. She would really kill Sister Nian. After a while, Yi Xian said softly, "Dao Yi, do you mean what you said?" Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. "I'll let her go if you touch the coffin." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." As soon as he said that, boom. Yi Xian's body started burning. He was not burning his lifespan, but his soul. Dao Yi was stunned when she saw this. A life for a life. He was going to use his life to save Mu Nianyan's life. Soul ignition. It had to be said that Dao Yi was indeed a little confused. She did not expect Yi Xian to choose to burn his soul. At this moment, Yinan suddenly appeared next to Dao Yi. Yinan looked at Yi Xian, who was burning his soul, and said softly, "You're too much." Dao Yi did not say anything. In the distance, after Yi Xian burned his soul, he stomped his right foot and shot into the sky. Buzz. The sound of a sword soared into the sky. At this moment, Yi Xian was really asking for death. It was not that he wanted to die, but he had to die. Facing two transcendent state experts, he really had no other way but to burn his soul. If there was even a little way, he would try his best. However, he really had no other way. He was only at the breaking mortality stage. Facing two transcendent state experts, he really had no other way but to burn his soul. He could only choose to burn his soul and fight to the end. If he could save Sister Nian, that would naturally be for the best. If not, then he would die with Sister Nian. Soon Yi Xian arrived in front of the coffin. At this moment, a large saber slashed towards him. Yi Xian stabbed out with his sword. He staked his life on this sword. Boom. The sword light shattered, and Yi Xian fell from the sky. In the air, Yi Xian looked at the coffin containing Mu Nianyan. Blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Sister Nian. I'm sorry. I tried my best. I'm sorry." As he spoke, two streams of tears flowed from his eyes. He had many concerns. Yi Ling, and Lanxiu, Xiao Yi Qing'er, and the remaining clansmen of the Undying Emperor clan, and the fifth dimension, and many more. He also wanted to live, wanted to protect those he cared about, wanted to see Yi Ling, wanted to see Qing. Wanted to see in Lanxiu, wanted to see Zhang Wenxiu, wanted to see Tuo Biyan, who was still far away. However, there was really no other way. He tried his best. He really tried his best. Gradually, everyone became more and more blurry. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. "Qing, don't save me anymore. I'm really tired. I want to rest." P.S. Early outburst. Chapter 1637. Just as Yi Xian was about to land on the ground, a hand stopped him. Dao Yi. Dao Yi hugged Yi Xian and placed her left hand on Yi Xian's chest. Yi Xian's burning soul immediately calmed down. Dao Yi wiped away the tears on Yi Xian's cheeks and said softly, "If you're tired, take a rest." Adonis looked at Dao Yi and asked, "Did you really exterminate the Undying Emperor clan?" Dao Yi smiled and said, "What do you think?" Adonis shook her head and said, "You won't exterminate the Undying Emperor clan because you've never made him sad." Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "I've never hugged him like this before." Adonis looked at Dao Yi and said, "Why did you make him hate you?" Dao Yi gently stroked Yi Xian's cheeks and said, "Adonis, you've been living too comfortably. Including Master. Master's dreams are beautiful, but he neglected one thing. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel, very cruel." As she spoke, she grabbed Yi Xian's cracked hand with her left hand. Very quickly, Yi Xian's injuries began to heal bit by bit. Dao Yi said, "Only when you've lost something will you know how to cherish it. If you don't make him lose something, he won't know how precious it is to have it. If you don't make him despair, he won't know how good his life is now. Only when he's lost something, despair, powerless, and wants to die will he grow. And if he doesn't grow, he'll be even more desperate in the future." Adonis said in a deep voice, "Alien?" Dao Yi shook her head and said, "Don't ask. Knowing too much isn't a good thing." As she spoke, she carried Yi Xian and left. Adonis turned around and looked at the coffin on the peak of the cliff. The coffin was already empty. After a while, Adonis turned around and left. In an unknown part of the starry sky, inside a bamboo house, there was a Xiaota sitting on a table inside the house. This was where Dao Yi lived. At this time, Dao Yi suddenly walked in. Seeing Dao Yi, Xiaota quickly hid to the side. Dao Yi ignored Xiaota and walked to the bed. A woman was lying on the bed. The woman was none other than Mu Niannian. Dao Yi smiled, "Wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Niannian suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw Dao Yi, Mu Niannian said, "Universal laws." Dao Yi nodded. "Yes." Mu Niannian looked at Dao Yi. "Why did you let me off?" Dao Yi smiled. She took out an ancient book and placed it in front of Mu Niannian. "Miss Niannian, from now on, you will cultivate well here. As for him, you don't need to care about him. The more you care about him, the more you will harm him. Because in the future, when you can't do anything, you will be in despair." With that, she turned and left. When she reached the door, she glanced at Xiaota in the corner. "Xiaota, behave yourself. Otherwise, I will smash you into pieces." With that, she turned and left. Xiaota was speechless. In the bamboo house, Mu Niannian looked at the ancient book in front of him in silence. After an unknown amount of time, Yixian slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was a lake. The surface of the lake was calm and sparkling. At this time, a voice suddenly came from beside Yixian. "You're awake?" Yixian turned his head. Dao Yi was sitting next to him, looking at him with a smile. Yixian said softly, "I'm not dead yet." Dao Yi smiled. "Are you disappointed?" Yixian nodded. "A little." Dao Yi smiled. "You want to die? It's not that simple." Yixian looked at Dao Yi. "Sister Nian is still alive, right?" Dao Yi hesitated for a while and nodded. She didn't want to agitate Yixian anymore. Hearing this, Yixian turned and looked at the lake in the distance. He leaned on the stone steps behind him and said nothing. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little relaxed. As if he had discovered something, Yixian suddenly opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. Mortal Destruction Realm. He had reached the Mortal Destruction Realm. Yixian was stunned. At this time, Dao Yi smiled. "You risked your life." Yixian looked at Dao Yi. "I can break through just because I want to die?" Dao Yi smiled. "It's not that simple. There's another reason why you could break through. It's because of your enlightenment in the past 2 months." Yixian said softly, "I understand." Dao Yi suddenly pointed at the lake in front of him. "See those fishes?" Yixian looked at the surface of the lake. There were many fish swimming in the lake. Dao Yi smiled. "If we fight here, what do you think will happen to those fishes?" Yixian said, "They will die." Dao Yi nodded. Actually, in this vast universe, very few people can control their own fate. Many people in this universe often talk about defying the heavens and changing their fate. In fact, no one can control their own fate. Of course, the 3 swordsmen behind you are an exception. Yixian said softly, "Can you tell me what you want to do?" Dao Yi smiled. "You're wrong. What you need to think now is that since I won't kill you, you should make use of this to become stronger. As for other things, it's meaningless for you to know." Yixian nodded. "Okay." Dao Yi suddenly waved his right hand. The lake in the distance suddenly turned into a huge hologram. On the hologram, the scene of Yixian and the assassin's battle was shown. Previously, Yixian couldn't see the assassin. He could only see the assassin when the assassin attacked. But now he could see the assassin. Even now he could feel the assassin's thoughts. Yixian looked at Dao Yi in disbelief. Dao Yi smiled. "Do you know what you're lacking?" Yixian said in a deep voice, "I know." Now that he could see the assassin's thoughts, he naturally knew what he was lacking. Because he found out that his thoughts and reactions were all within the assassin's calculations. Most importantly, he found out that the assassin had lowered his own realm. The assassin was at the breaking mortal realm when he tried to assassinate him. He wasn't suppressed by his realm, but by his battle awareness. Thinking of this, Yixian felt a little embarrassed. He thought that the assassin was bullying him. Dao Yi smiled. "Previously, you always thought that you were invincible among your peers. What about now?" Yixian was silent for a moment. "Arrogant." Dao Yi smiled. It's good that you understand. When you think that you're invincible among your peers, it's a kind of complacency. It's like a cup. If the cup is filled with water, it's difficult to fill anything else. When the moon is full, it's empty. When the water is full, it overflows. When the people are full, they become arrogant. As she spoke, she looked at the hologram on the lake in front of her. It's very good. Learn well. Don't think that you've only fought a few rounds. These few rounds contain a lot of things. If you can understand them, you'll improve a lot. After saying this, she stood up and walked into the bamboo house. Beside the lake, Yi Xian looked at the light screen on the surface of the lake. He looked at it very seriously. Every time he watched it again, he would learn something new. Inside the bamboo house, Dowie walked to the chessboard and sat down. Opposite her was Adversity, and behind her was Xiaomu. Mu was also there. Xiaomu's eyes were fixed on Yi Xian. Adversity suddenly asked, "Where's eighth brother?" Dowie smiled. "He's hiding in the lower realm." Adversity said in a deep voice, "Master met her guardian. It was Exian. But she didn't show up at that time." Dowie smiled. "She wouldn't dare. First, she's afraid of me. Second, she's afraid of the swordsman behind Master. That swordsman has a bad temper. If she shows up, I'm afraid she'll be killed." Adversity nodded. "What's your next plan?" Dowie looked at Yi Xian outside. "Let him grow." Adversity frowned. Dowie smiled. "I'll use another method." Adversity looked at Dowie. "What happened back then?" Dowie smiled. "Ming is right. I betrayed Master." Adversity shook her head. "Ninth brother and I were the last ones to see Master. Master told us not to blame you." Dowie shook his head and whispered, "Master is a fool." Adversity looked at Dowie. "What happened back then?" Dowie smiled. "I don't want to say." Adversity nodded. "Good." She paused for a moment before continuing. "Did you really kill seventh brother?" Seventh brother was the life law. Dowie smiled. "Guess." Adversity shook her head. "You didn't kill her. But you can't save her in front of that woman." Dowie said softly, "You're right. I can't save her in front of her, unless—" She shook her head. "Let's not talk about this anymore. What we need to do now is to make good use of these 5 years. 5 years isn't a lot of time." Just as Adversity was about to speak, Yi Xian walked in. Yi Xian looked at Dowie. "I want to fight that killer again." Dowie smiled. "Are you sure?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm sure." Dowie smiled. She waved her hand. In an instant, Yi Xian appeared in an unknown star field. This star field was dead silent. It was perfect for battle. At this moment, a cold light suddenly appeared at Yi Xian's throat. Yi Xian ignored the cold light. Instead, he used his finger as a sword and stabbed forward. A life for a life. He knew that he was suppressed by this killer in terms of speed. He couldn't defend or counterattack. He couldn't make the first move. All he could do was trade a life for a life. Moreover, he knew that he couldn't use his sword because it was too long. Once his opponent's speed crushed him, then the length of his sword wouldn't be an advantage anymore. It would be a disadvantage instead. He was gambling. He was gambling that his opponent wouldn't trade a life for a life. And he was right. That cold ray of light suddenly vanished when it was still half an inch away from his throat. Yi Xian immediately utilized sword domain when he witnessed this scene. He didn't intend to utilize the sword domain to crush his opponent, and he merely intended to sense his opponent's location. The sword domain shattered as soon as it appeared. However, Yi Xian suddenly slashed his sword towards the right. Bang! As soon as his sword descended, space shattered, and then a figure flashed out from within the shattered space. It was the killer. The killer gazed at Yi Xian with an icy cold gaze. Dowie smiled and said, "You know that she won't die with you." Yi Xian nodded. "Unless there's some sort of deep enmity between them, otherwise, an assassin usually won't die with another." As he spoke, he glanced at the assassin. "Fighting with this girl like this is my limit." Dowie smiled. "It's not the limit." Yi Xian looked at Dowie. Dowie smiled. "We can do better." Yi Xian was puzzled. "What should I do?" Dowie smiled and said, "Comprehend it yourself." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian looked at the assassin. Continue. Chapter 1638. In the starry sky, Yi Xian was still sparring with the assassin. At first he was still being suppressed. But gradually the two were evenly matched. Of course, this was because the assassin had suppressed his realm. Otherwise, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to fight against a transcendent realm expert. On the side, Yinan looked at Yi Xian in the distance. What do you think? Dao Yi smiled. Not bad. Not bad. Yinan looked at Dao Yi with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She knew that Dao Yi had very high standards. Ordinary people couldn't even enter her eyes. Even Xiao Mu was only average in her eyes. Yinan turned to look at Yi Xian. She couldn't help but admit that Yi Xian was indeed capable. One must know that this assassin was personally trained by Dao Yi. In terms of assassination, he was only second to Xiao Mu. Dao Yi suddenly said in a soft voice, "He can be even more outstanding." Yinan looked at Dao Yi. Dao Yi smiled. If a person pushes himself to the limit, there will be unexpected gains. But let's not force him for now. Yinan said in a soft voice. Do you really want him to bear all of this? Dao Yi said in a soft voice. The other dimensional people won't let him go. Yinan said in a deep voice. Did Master win or lose back then? Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian in the distance. After a long silence, her eyes suddenly became misty. What do you think? Yinan didn't say anything. At this time, Dao Yi turned around and left. Yinan asked, Where are you going? Dao Yi smiled. To make some arrangements. Saying so, she disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. In the distance, Yi Xian was still madly training. Just like that, 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. In the starry sky, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He turned around and stabbed with his sword. With this stab, a figure was forced to stop. It was the assassin. But the next moment, the assassin mysteriously disappeared. Yi Xian's expression was calm as he took a step back. Just as he took a step back, a dagger brushed past his forehead. The moment his feet touched the ground, Yi Xian twisted his wrist and slashed horizontally with his sword. Chi. The space in front of him was torn apart, and a figure retreated. It was the assassin. At this moment, he could already deal with the assassin with ease. Yi Xian was about to attack when Dao Yi suddenly said, That's enough. Yi Xian turned around and looked at Dao Yi. Dao Yi smiled and said, Let's call it a day. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Dao Yi said with smile. Today is a special day. I will take you to do some special things. Follow me. With that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian bowed slightly to the killer. Thank you. After that, he turned around and followed Dao Yi. In the starry sky, Yi Xian was walking slowly with Dao Yi. Yi Xian asked, Where are we going? Dao Yi smiled and said, I'll let you be happy today. Be happy? Yi Xian was stunned. At this moment, the starry sky around Dao Yi and Yi Xian suddenly rippled like water. Gradually, the two disappeared into the starry sky. After a while, Yi Xian and Dao Yi appeared on a street. Looking at the street in front of him, Yi Xian was stunned. It's somewhat familiar. And also somewhat unfamiliar. Where is this? While Yi Xian was puzzled, Dao Yi suddenly smiled and said, You'll know soon. As soon as she finished speaking, she and Yi Xian disappeared without a trace. When they appeared again, they were in a large hall. A woman stood at the entrance of the hall. She wore a dragon robe and had her hands behind her back, and she held a wooden figure in her right hand. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw this woman. He naturally knew this woman. It was Tuoba Yan. Tuoba Yan looked at the distant sky, and after a long time of silence, she looked at the wooden figure in her hand. As she looked at it, she shook her head and smiled. I wonder if you still remember me. Of course I do. A voice suddenly resounded from within the hall. Tuoba Yan's body trembled slightly, and she turned around slowly. When she saw Yi Xian, she was first stunned, and then tears flowed from her eyes. Yi Xian walked over to Tuoba Yan, and Tuoba Yan smiled and said, Are you dreaming? Yi Xian shook his head, No. As he spoke, he took Tuoba Yan's hand with both hands. Tuoba lowered her head slightly and said softly, "Why are you back?" Yixian hugged Tuoba lightly. "Sorry for making you wait so long." Tuoba leaned her head lightly on Yixian's shoulder. "I thought you would never come back." Yixian hugged Tuoba tightly. "It's my fault." Tuoba hugged Yixian's waist with both hands, and said with a trembling voice, "You left without a sound, and when you came without a sound. You're really heartless." Yixian hugged Tuoba tightly, and did not speak for a long time. After an unknown period of time, Yixian pulled Tuoba to the entrance of the hall, and the two sat there. Tuoba leaned on Yixian's shoulder, while Yixian told Tuoba about his experiences over the years. Very quiet, very warm. As for Dao Yi, he was nowhere to be found. After a long time, as if recalling something, Yixian suddenly pulled Tuoba up, and said, "Let's go to Tsonglan Academy." With that, he pulled Tuoba and disappeared on the spot. With his current strength, it was too easy for him to get to Tsonglan Academy. In the blink of an eye, Yixian arrived at Tsonglan Academy. At that moment, Tsonglan Academy was crowded with people, and it was very lively. Yixian was a little puzzled. Tuoba pulled Yixian's hand, and said with a smile, "Today is Tsonglan Academy's recruitment day." Yixian blinked. "Tsonglan Academy's recruitment day?" Tuoba nodded. "Yes." Yixian asked, "Who's the dean now?" Tuoba was about to speak when a man beside him suddenly laughed. "You don't even know who the dean is?" Yixian looked at the man, and the man said with a smile, "Brother, did you fall from the sky? You don't even know who Tsonglan Academy's dean is." Yixian smiled sheepishly. "Please enlighten me, brother." The man sized up Yixian and said with a smile, "The dean of Tsonglan Academy is naturally Yixian, Dean Yi." Yixian was stunned, then looked at Tuoba beside him. Tuoba said with a smile, "It's always been you." After a moment of silence, Yixian looked at the huge stone platform in the distance, where many people were queuing up to take the test. Tuoba said, "Only those who reach the Qi-controlling realm are qualified to enter the next round of the test." Qi-controlling realm. Yixian said softly, "The requirements are even higher." Tuoba said with a smile, "That's right. Tsonglan Academy is now the strongest academy in Azure Province." Yixian said with a smile, "Wait for me." With that said, he walked over. "Line up to take the test." It wasn't long before it was Yixian's turn. Yixian walked over to the measurement stone. Meanwhile, an elder suddenly said, "There are 6 energy stones on the stone pillar. Pour your energy into them, and you'll pass the test if you're able to light up 1. Yixian asked, "What if I light up 6? The elder stroked his beard and smiled. "No one has ever been able to light up 6. If you're able to light up 6, then you'll be the most monstrous genius in the history of our Tsonglan Academy. But that's clearly impossible." Yixian suddenly placed his right hand on the measurement stone. In the next moment, all 6 energy stones on the measurement stone lit up. The elder's smile froze when he witnessed this scene. Countless people in the surroundings looked over in succession, and they were instantly flabbergasted when they saw the 6 energy stones that had lit up. The elder touched the energy stone and said softly, "It wouldn't be broken, right?" As he spoke, he turned around to look at a young man. "Bring a new measurement stone up right now." The young man hurriedly turned around and left. The elder sized up Yixian, and then he said, "Young man, what's your name?" Yixian smiled and said, "Yang Xian." "Yang Xian." The elder sized up Yixian again, and then he asked, "Who's your master?" Yixian smiled. "Tianming." The elder frowned slightly. "Tianming?" Yixian nodded. The elder pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "Tianming." As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment before he said, "I know. So you're Tianming's brilliant disciple. I even drank with your master." Yixian was speechless. Meanwhile, the young man from before returned with another measurement stone. The elder held Yixian's hand and said with a smile, "My dear nephew, I believe you. After all, you're Tianming's brilliant disciple. Based on my relationship with your master, I would still believe you even if the entire world suspects you of cheating." However, for the sake of shutting the mouths of the world, you should test it again. Yi Xian was speechless. This damnable geezer is really bad. Like hell I'd believe you. Yi Xian placed his hand on the measurement stone, and it wasn't long before the 6 energy stones lit up once more. An uproar arose in the surroundings when they witnessed this scene. No one in Navy Tide Academy had ever been able to light up 6 energy stones at once. Today, someone had actually lit up 6 energy stones. The elder who stood by Yi Xian's side spoke with a trembling voice. "Nephew, let's go. From now onward, you're an inner court disciple of my Navy Tide Academy." As he spoke, he pulled Yi Xian along and ran up the mountain. All along the way, the old man said excitedly, "Nephew, the old man guarantees that once you join our Navy Tide Academy, you'll be the next dean in less than 10 years. Yi Xian blinked. "What about Dean Yi?" The old man roared with laughter. "Dean Yi might have already perished." Yi Xian's face darkened. "Motherfucker." In next to no time, the old man pulled Yi Xian along as he arrived before Navy Tide Hall. The old man was just about to enter when a middle-aged man obstructed the old man's path. "The vice dean is teaching. Don't disturb him," the old man said furiously. "The old man has something to report." As he spoke, he pushed the middle-aged man aside, and then he pulled Yi Xian along as he entered the hall. As soon as he entered the hall, Yi Xian saw a familiar figure. Old Mo Yunqi. At this moment, Mo Yunqi was holding an ancient book and explaining it, and over 10 people sat before him. There were both men and women amongst them. Mo Yunqi was stunned on the spot when he saw Yi Xian. The old man was just about to speak when Mo Yunqi suddenly charged over to Yi Xian and smashed a heavy punch on Yi Xian's chest. And then he roared with laughter. "Bandit Yi, you've actually returned." Bandit Yi." Everyone here was stunned when they saw Mo Yunqi act in this way. As he gazed at Mo Yunqi, who'd matured quite a bit, Yi Xian said in a light voice, "Old Mo." Mo Yunqi roared with laughter. "I thought you'd never return." Meanwhile, the elder spoke with a trembling voice, "Vice Dean. This is..." Mo Yunqi smiled. "He's Yi Xian, our Dean Yi. Haha." The elder's eyes rolled up as he fell to the ground. "We're finished." Meanwhile, a man suddenly charged into the hall. He was stunned when he saw Yi Xian, and then he charged forward and hugged Yi Xian. "Bandit Yi." It was Bai Zai. Bai Zai let go of Yi Xian, and then he punched Yi Xian's chest while his eyes were slightly red. "I thought you'd forgotten all of us." Yi Xian smiled. "Of course not." Meanwhile, a woman suddenly walked in from outside, and she was holding a drumstick in her hand. "Jianji." Jianji fell silent for a moment when he saw Yi Xian, and then he said, "I'll leave dinner to you." Yi Xian roared with laughter. "All right. No problem." At night, Yi Xian was cooking in the academy's cafeteria, while Jianji stood on guard and stole some food from time to time. Mo Yunqi was in charge of washing the vegetables. Bai Zai was in charge of chopping the firewood. Tuoba Yin watched silently from the side. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from outside. "You don't mind adding a pair of chopsticks, right?" Yi Xian turned around and saw a woman standing outside the hall. Jiang Jiao. Moreover, she wore a set of clean white armor. Yi Xian smiled. "Of course not." Jiang Jiao walked over to Yi Xian. "Take a look at my saber." Yi Xian immediately withdrew the silver saber. Jiang Jiao looked at the silver saber for a long time. Then he smiled and said, "I forgive you." Yi Xian said softly, "Thank you." At this moment, another voice resounded from outside the hall. "How can I be missing?" A familiar voice. Yi Xian turned around and saw a man. Emosia. Emosia looked at Yi Xian. "Brother Yi, long time no see." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Brother Mo, long time no see." Emosia laughed and walked into the house. Yi Xian was about to continue cooking when footsteps suddenly resounded from outside the hall. There were quite a lot of people. Yi Xian turned around and was stunned when he saw who it was. Enlanxiao, Lian Wanli, Xiaoqi, Zhang Wenxiao, Xiao Dao, Jian Zizai, second floor guru, and the 9th floor. They were all here. Looking at these people in front of him, Yi Xian felt like he was in a dream. After a long time he smiled slightly. "They're all here." His eyes were a little wet. The ninth floor walked in front of Yi Xian and laughed. I didn't expect to meet you in this way. Actually, I didn't want to come because you're so much stronger than me now. I can't show off in front of you, it's so annoying. Yi Xian smiled and said, Be careful of being struck by lightning. The ninth floor laughed and patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly. Drink a few more cups later. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. At this moment, the second floor guru walked in front of Yi Xian and said with a smile, Ever since I left you, my life has been much more comfortable. Yi Xian smiled. I sent someone to find you. The second floor guru nodded. I know. It's just that you're moving too fast. I can't help you anymore. Yi Xian said softly. I'll always remember that you've helped me a lot. The second floor guru smiled. Can I ask you for a favor later? Yi Xian said with a smile. Just ask. The second floor guru smiled slightly. I won't stand on ceremony. Yi Xian said with a smile. Don't stand on ceremony. The second floor guru glanced around. I won't take up your time. With that, she retreated to the side. At this moment, Zhang Wenxiu walked in front of Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said softly, Wenxiu. Zhang Wenxiu blinked. How many of the women here have the kind of relationship with you that we have? Yi Xian. After an hour, everyone sat around the table, and Yi Xian had made more than 30 dishes. Just as everyone was about to eat, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Brother! Brother! Hearing this voice, Yi Xian's body trembled slightly, and he turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. Yi Ling. Yi Ling walked in front of Yi Xian, and said with a smile, How can I be missing? Yi Xian hugged Yi Ling, and he hugged Yi Ling tightly. He was afraid that this was a dream. Therefore he also activated the sword domain, but reality told him that this was not a dream, it was real. These people in front of him were all real. Not a single one of them was fake, including Yi Ling. They were all real. Yi Xian looked at Yi Ling, and said softly, Ling, you seem to have grown up. Yi Ling said softly, Brother, you seem to have aged a little. Yi Xian lightly scratched Yi Ling's little nose, and said with a smile, Your brother will always be the most handsome. Yi Ling hugged Yi Xian lightly, and said with a trembling voice, Brother, I miss you very much. Yi Xian hugged Yi Ling tightly and said softly, Me too. But I don't dare to go find you, because there are too many dangers around me. I don't want to drag you down. Yi Ling hugged Yi Xian tightly and said, This time I won't leave. Even if we die, we will die together, okay? Yi Xian smiled and said, Okay. We will never be separated again. At this time, another woman appeared outside the hall, and when Yi Xian saw that woman, he was stunned at first, and then tears gushed out of his eyes. Yasushi Higashi, the Undying Imperial Clan's clan leader, Yasushi Higashi. Yasushi Higashi looked at Yi Xian, and said with a smile, There are too many people, so I have to come alone. Yi Xian said with a trembling voice, Patriarch, this? Yasushi Higashi walked into the hall, and said with a smile, Let's eat first. Yi Xian was a little confused. After a while he stopped thinking about those things that he couldn't understand. Let's eat. The cafeteria was very lively. Yi Xian was very happy. Everyone was here. Yasushi Higashi was still alive, which meant that everyone else was also alive. Late at night, Yi Xian left the cafeteria, and went to the roof of the cafeteria, where a bright moon hung in the sky. There was a woman sitting on the roof. Dao-yi. Yi Xian walked to Dao-yi and said softly, Is this all true? Dao-yi looked at the bright moon and said with a smile, It's true. Yi Xian looked at Dao-yi and said, The immortal imperial clan is not destroyed. Dao-yi said with a smile, If I say that they are not destroyed, will you be happy? Yi Xian nodded. Dao-yi smiled. They are not dead. Yi Xian shook his head. But I saw them self-destruct. Dao-yi said with a smile, Do you remember what I told you before? Yi Xian was a little confused. What? Dao-yi blinked. If you don't remember, then forget it. When you remember, you will understand why they are still alive. Yi Xian was about to say something, but Dao-yi suddenly put a wine glass in Yi Xian's hand, and then she also took a wine glass, and lightly clinked it with Yi Xian's, and said with a smile, "Happy birthday." "Happy birthday." Yi Xian was stunned. "Birthday? Is today my birthday?" Yi Xian's mind went blank. That was because he had never celebrated his birthday since he was young. No, he didn't even know his birthday. P.S. These 2 days, because Yi Xian was too miserable, I was scolded very miserably. Everyone said that Yi Xian did not have it easy, so they might as well let him die. And Dao Yi, no matter what, it's my fault for not writing it well enough. I'd like to take tomorrow off. I want to be a big magic sword for a day, relax, adjust my mentality, and reflect on myself while I'm at it. I also want to look for inspiration. Please approve. Thank you. Chapter 1639. Under the moonlight, Yi Xian and Dao Yi sat quietly. Yi Xian looked at the moonlight in the sky. At this moment, he suddenly felt that everything was unreal. Dao Yi smiled. "It will be dawn soon," Yi Xian said in a low voice. "Will everything disappear?" Dao Yi turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. "Do you think that you are dreaming?" Yi Xian nodded. Dao Yi suddenly pinched Yi Xian's arm. "Does it hurt?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Dao Yi smiled. She looked at the moon in the sky and whispered, "I want to talk about some principles. Are you willing to listen?" Yi Xian nodded. Dao Yi smiled. "Only when you have lost something will you know how to cherish it. When you have not lost anything, you will not cherish what you have in front of you, because you will think that everything you have is a given. You should have heard of this principle. But those who have not lost something will not understand this feeling." Yi Xian nodded. "I understand now." Dao Yi suddenly smiled. "I am going to say something harsh. Are you willing to listen?" Yi Xian nodded. "I am willing to." Dao Yi smiled mischievously. "Very harsh." Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. "It's fine." Dao Yi smiled. She raised her glass, and Yi Xian did the same. The two clinked their glasses gently and drank it in one gulp. Dao Yi lay on the ground. She crossed her legs. She looked at the sky and smiled. "I have investigated you and your father. Do you know the biggest difference between you and your father?" Yi Xian shook his head. Dao Yi smiled. "The biggest difference between you and him is that he has never admitted defeat. He has never compromised. He has never accepted his fate. No matter how miserable it was, no matter how painful it was, he still endured it. He had been defeated before, he had been in pain, and he had been even more miserable. However, he had never accepted his fate, nor had he ever admitted defeat. Most importantly, he had gone from ordinary to invincible. Deep in his heart, he had never relied on others. Of course, it was also because he had no one to rely on, but it was also because of this that his heart was incomparably strong. He's very, very ruthless, more ruthless than anyone I've ever met. He's not just ruthless to others, he's ruthless to himself." As she spoke, she turned to look at Yi Xian. "You were at your best when you were in Qingcheng. At that time, you didn't rely on anyone, you only believed in yourself. But later on, along with the appearance of that woman in a plain dress, your mentality gradually changed. This change was fatal. Because at any time, you will not really despair. Why? Because the plain-dressed woman was here. She is invincible. Your father is invincible, so you have nothing to fear." Yi Xian was silent. Dao Yi smiled. "I know that most of your karma comes from others, including your disaster constitution, which is also because of your father and your sister. However, have you ever thought about what would happen if you didn't have them? Without them, it would take you at least 10 years to walk out of this firmament world. In other words, without them, the current you would at most be at the Dharma-controlling realm, or even lower. It's not that your talent isn't good, nor is it that you don't work hard enough. It's just that this small place can only let you reach this realm." As she spoke, she picked up the wine glass beside her and took a small sip. Then she continued, "However, because of them, you were extraordinary from the beginning. For example, you have the plain-dressed woman as your path protector. She taught you the way of the sword Tao, and she guided you. You have the powerful crazy demon bloodline, and you have many benefactors, such as that area, that little white, the forces that your father left in this universe, such as the sword sect. Many people spent hundreds of thousands of years to reach the mortal extinguishing realm. However, you reached it when you were only in your 20s. As she said this, she glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. Do you know how difficult it is to fight alone without anyone's help? It's very difficult. There are too many unfairness in this world. You once said that when some people are born, their starting point is the ending point of others. Do you know that your birth was exactly like that? In just a dozen years, you Green City, Yi family ancestral hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The person who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi family's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's biological sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the family is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder coldly replied. Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now he is fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered. Young Master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince's position. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. You can be my personal guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Peng! Zhang Mu felt his head spin, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there. He rushed toward Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng! Qing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look, and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again she bowed to the elders. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and said with a smile, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and quickly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through water and tread on fire for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders began to frown. The great elder's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared. "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, barking, "Your man!" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts!" Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Chapter 1640. Between Dao Yi and Tianxiu, who won? No one knew. Dao Yi didn't immediately disappear with Yi Xian and the others. Instead, he slowly flew through the air. Dao Yi looked down and smiled. "Look at the beautiful mountains and rivers." Everyone looked down. The mountains were connected to each other, stretching endlessly. It was a magnificent sight. Dao Yi smiled. "What do you think?" Yi Xian said softly. "It's good to be alive." Dao Yi smiled. "The world is too difficult, but there are also many beautiful things and people in it." Yi Xian turned to look at Yi Ling and the others and smiled. At this moment, he felt very happy. The people he liked were all here. This was very happy. In the past, he felt that his life was very tiring and miserable. However, he neglected one thing. That was the people he loved, and the people who loved him, Yi Xian, were still here. Dao Yi said again, "When a person comes to the world other than suffering, there are other things." Yi Xian suddenly said softly, "Dao Yi, can we talk to the alien race?" Dao Yi smiled. "Talk about what?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Peace." Dao Yi shook his head and sighed. "Fool, have you ever seen an emperor talk to a beggar? This analogy isn't very appropriate. For example, a dog wants to be on equal footing with a human, and it wants to be on equal footing with a human. Will the human agree?" She paused for a moment and continued. "In any place, in any world, only the strong are respected. Without strength, even a dog is unwilling to pay attention to you." Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. "Did you talk to your master?" Dao Yi nodded. "Yes. However, he failed. The alien race gave him two choices, either to die or to die." Hearing this, Yi Xian frowned. "They didn't give him a way out?" Dao Yi smiled. "That's right. In the eyes of the alien dimensional race, humans are inferior life forms that don't have the qualifications to talk to them." Yi Xian was silent for a moment. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Dao Yi stopped. She looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "You want to ask for help from that lady in plain dress?" Yi Xian said solemnly. "Can I?" Dao Yi shook his head. "Don't ever think like that. The alien dimensional race can't defeat her, but they have a way to stall her. What will you do once she is held back? Moreover, based on my understanding of her, she doesn't care about this universe at all. From a certain point of view, she is even more dangerous than the alien dimensional people. What the alien dimensional people want is to occupy this universe. And that sister of yours, if she's in a bad mood, She might directly destroy this universe. As she spoke, she shook her head again. Little fellow, you don't understand her at all. She's a person who is extremely indifferent to life. Moreover, at her level, the universe, the myriad of things, and the living beings were all meaningless. Why? Because she had already transcended everything. Just like an immortal, do you think he would care about time? No, he wouldn't care, because he's immortal, his lifespan is unlimited. Or perhaps, in the secular world, does money have any meaning to him? Of course not. In his eyes, money is just a bunch of numbers. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. Dao Yi suddenly smiled. Do you know who's the biggest obstacle in your growth? Yi Xian shook his head. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. It's your father and sister. Yi Xian frowned. Why? Dao Yi smiled. Because at any time, you will always have a reliance on them in the depths of your heart. Why did your father let you live? Why did your sister leave? Do you really think she couldn't sense my existence in the undying emperor clan? Do you really think she can't find us? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. That's right. Qing. Really can't find the laws of the universe? Really can't find them? With her strength, she can destroy the universe with a single slash. Can she really not find the laws hiding in this universe? No. She can definitely find them. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. I understand what you mean. Dao Yi smiled. In the next few years, you might be miserable. You don't mind, right? Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. Please be more ruthless. Dao Yi's lips curled up. You asked for it. Yi Xian nodded. The worse the better. Dao Yi smiled. Then he turned to look at Enlancio and the other women. If you're interested, you can go to Master's study room. There are many things to learn there that will be of great help to you. Enlancio nodded. Sure. Yiling looked at Yi Xian and nodded. I'll go too. Dao Yi smiled. Then we'll part ways here. I'm going to take him to another place. Enlancio nodded. Sure. Dao Yi waved his hand. Enlancio and the other women disappeared. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. Are you really ready? Yi Xian nodded. I'm ready. Dao Yi smiled. I'll take you to a place you'll never forget. With that, she disappeared with Yi Xian. After a while, Yi Xian and Dao Yi appeared in a vast sea. Yi Xian looked around. The sea was vast and he couldn't see the end of it. Yi Xian was puzzled. This is? Dao Yi smiled. Dead Sea. Yi Xian was curious. Dead Sea? Dao Yi smiled. There are many dangerous places in this universe. This place is one of them. Yi Xian looked at the sea in front of him. Dangerous? Dao Yi nodded. Your realm has already reached the mortal destruction realm. It's not suitable for you to increase it in a short period of time. Since that's the case, we'll start with your fleshly body. Yi Xian was looking forward to it. How do I strengthen it? Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. An ordinary fleshly body is unable to resist the alien races. Only a dimensional fleshly body can resist them. Do you know what a dimensional fleshly body is? Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know. Dao Yi smiled. This world is composed of space, matter, and time. Therefore, I'll use these three to temper your fleshly body. Especially time. Your fleshly body must transcend the limits of time. Only then will you have the ability to resist the alien races. Yi Xian nodded. I'm ready. Dao Yi smiled and punched Yi Xian's chest. Bang! Yi Xian's eyes widened. His fleshly body directly collapsed. Only his soul was left. Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded. Dao Yi smiled. To temper your fleshly body, you must first temper your soul. Only a powerful soul can support a fleshly body forged from dimensions. As she spoke, she waved her right hand. Yi Xian's soul directly floated into the sea. The instant his soul entered the sea, Yi Xian's eyes instantly widened. Ah! A heart-wrenching and lung-splitting scream suddenly resounded in the sea. In the sea, Yi Xian was about to rush out. At this time, Dao Yi smiled. If you want to come out, I won't stop you. Instead, I'll give you true freedom. In the sea, after hearing Dao Yi's words, Yi Xian took a deep breath. He forcefully endured it. He knew, if he gave up, Dao Yi would leave. Dao Yi continued. I won't force you. You can give up at any time. Really? Yi Xian roared angrily. I won't give up. Dao Yi blinked. Really? Yi Xian roared. If I say I won't give up, I won't give up. Dao Yi nodded. Then I'll give you something fierce. As she spoke, she waved her jade-like hand. In an instant, the stagnant water around Yi Xian seemed to come alive. It completely submerged Yi Xian. Ah! In the sea, Yi Xian suddenly screamed. Damn! Dao Yi, let's take it step by step. Don't be so fierce. Dao Yi smiled. You can handle it, right? Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was really uncomfortable. This was because the seawater could corrode his soul. This kind of corrosion would not really damage his soul. On the contrary, it would stimulate his soul. However, it was really painful. It was 10,000 times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. The soul was different from the body. The pain that came from the soul was the most real. By the seaside, Dao Yi sat on a rock. She looked at Yi Xian with a faint smile on her face. In the seawater, Yi Xian was screaming like a pig being slaughtered. However, he did not get up. By the seaside, Dao Yi's smile grew wider. Initially, she felt that she needed to force Yi Xian. Hence, she wanted to use Yi Xian's closest person to provoke him. However, she now realized that there was no need for that. Rather than forcing a person, it was better to let him understand. Once he comprehended it himself. If you don't force him, he will force himself. Just like that, Yi Xian soaked in the Dead Sea for a whole month. He screamed for a whole month. In fact, during this period, Yi Xian almost could not hold it in anymore. However, in the end he forced himself to hold it in. If he did not fight for it now, would he really have to rely on his father and sister for the rest of his life? As long as he did not die, even if it was 100 times more painful, he would endure it. He did not want to lose anyone. He did not want to be powerless again. Another month passed. At this moment, Yi Xian was no longer screaming, because he realized that it did not seem to be that painful anymore. Another month passed. At this moment, Yi Xian was lying in the Dead Sea. He was very comfortable. The Dead Sea had no effect on his soul. It was just like taking a bath. At this moment, Dao Yi suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. She smiled and asked, How do you feel now? Yi Xian smiled and said, Very comfortable. Dao Yi smiled and said, Then we can go somewhere else. Yi Xian jumped up. I'm looking forward to it. Dao Yi blinked. You're not afraid anymore? Yi Xian fell silent for a while and said, At the beginning, I really wanted to give up because it was too painful. It was so painful that I wanted to die. But now I suddenly realized that the Dead Sea that made me want to die is just like that. Not only is it not painful, it's also quite comfortable to soak my soul in. Looking at Yi Xian for a while, Dao Yi said with a smile, Life is like this. Most of the time, you will talk about the things that hurt you so much one day with a smile. As she spoke, she opened her palm. In her palm was a chicken drumstick. Dao Yi smiled and said, This is your reward. Yi Xian laughed, picked up the drumstick, and started eating. Dao Yi said, Let's go to the next place. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Just as Dao Yi was about to leave with Yi Xian, the surrounding space suddenly became strange, as if it had become transparent. Yi Xian's expression became solemn. At this moment, Dao Yi suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Boom. Dao Yi's body trembled as if she had suffered a heavy blow. Her body became illusory and blood slowly flowed out from the corner of her mouth. P.S. I wanted to take a break today, but I still updated it. Because I know that no matter if it's good or bad, someone is waiting for me at this time. I hope I'm worthy of the wait. Chapter 1641. The sudden change caused Yi Xian's expression to change greatly. He was about to make a move when the surroundings returned to normal. Dao Yi turned to look at Yi Xian and smiled. It's fine now. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. Just now Dao Yi smiled. It's just a small matter. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, You're injured. He could feel that Dao Yi was a bit weak at the moment. Dao Yi shook his head. It's nothing serious. Yi Xian looked around and said, Are they from the other dimension? Dao Yi nodded. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, they're already here? Dao Yi smiled. No. They're still in the other dimension. Yi Xian wanted to ask something else, but Dao Yi smiled. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Yi Xian said, bad news. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. They know of your existence. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, they think I'm God Yi. Dao Yi smiled. You are? Yi Xian asked softly. What's the good news? Dao Yi said, the good news is that the seal you left behind can still hold for a while. Yi Xian asked, 5 years. Dao Yi shook his head. It might not be that long. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Can't you give me a bit more time? Dao Yi smiled. Plans can't keep up with changes. But it doesn't matter, there's still time. Let's go. Let's go to the next place. Having said that, she disappeared with Yi Xian. Not long after, Yi Xian followed Dao Yi to the depths of a starry sky. When they arrived at this starry sky, Yi Xian felt as though he had stepped into an ice house, and the coldness penetrated his bones. Dao Yi led Yi Xian away. The further they walked, the colder it became. Yi Xian could not help but ask, Dao Yi, where is this place? Dao Yi smiled and said, the coldest place in the universe. Yi Xian frowned. The coldest place? Dao Yi nodded. Absolute zero. There's no place colder than here. Even a transcendent state cultivator would die here. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. Dao Yi smiled, afraid. Yi Xian nodded. I'm panicking a little. The corners of Dao Yi's mouth lifted slightly. This place is a good place to train your soul. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, is it to freeze me? Dao Yi nodded, and then she stopped and said, I'll teach you a cultivation technique for the soul. Circulate this cultivation technique, and move forward in a while. The further you go, the more benefits you'll obtain. Remember, I won't force you to continue, and you can stop at any time. As she spoke, she tapped the center of Yi Xian's forehead with her finger. Bang! A huge amount of information instantly surged into Yi Xian's mind. A short while later, Dao Yi withdrew her finger and said, Go! Yi Xian turned around and gazed into the distance, but there was only darkness at the end of his vision. He could not see anything. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, and then he walked slowly towards the distance. Dao Yi gazed at Yi Xian, and no one knew what she was thinking. The further he walked, the colder Yi Xian felt. However, when he circulated the cultivation technique that Dao Yi had given him, he noticed that his soul seemed to be absorbing something. Around 2 hours later, Yi Xian's entire body was trembling. It's too cold. It's so cold that it's abnormal. Yi Xian turned around to look at Dao Yi, and Dao Yi smiled. You can give up at any time. Yi Xian grinned. In your dreams. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly sped up. Run. At this moment, he was no longer walking. Not by walking, but by running. As he ran, Yi Xian's soul started to freeze, and he felt like his consciousness was gradually becoming blurry. As for his soul, he was on the verge of not being able to feel his own existence. However, Yi Xian was still running. He had no way out and he didn't want to. It didn't take long for Yi Xian to slow down. It wasn't that he wanted to slow down, but he really couldn't run anymore. He was getting slower and slower. Before long, every step that Yi Xian took seemed to be extremely heavy. Most importantly, his soul was slowly turning illusory. It was going to disappear. Not far behind Yi Xian, Dao Yi was watching. In fact, she was feeling perturbed. Although she said that she wouldn't force Yi Xian, she was really afraid that Yi Xian would give up. It was too difficult to persevere. However, it was very easy to give up. The cultivation technique that she taught Yi Xian had 2 functions. The first was to absorb the elemental energy in this world to strengthen his soul. The second function was to protect his soul. Although he would be in great pain, the cultivation technique would ensure that his soul wouldn't dissipate no matter what. The longer Yi Xian persisted, the more benefits he would receive. If Yi Xian gave up, then Yi Xian's state of mind would instantly collapse. Because once a person gave up for the first time, there would be a second time, a third time. If Yi Xian really gave up, then Dao Yi's existence would be meaningless. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian, who was walking like a snail, and said softly, "Master, I believe you." In the distance, Yi Xian's pace was getting slower and slower. His eyes were staring into the distance, and there was only one thought in his mind. As long as he, Yi Xian, was alive, he would continue. As long as he didn't die, he would continue. Yi Xian's pace was getting slower and slower. Sometimes he would only take one step after an hour. However, he was still walking. Just like that, 3 days passed. And in 3 days, Yi Xian had only taken less than 10 steps. At that moment, he only had one thought in his mind: continue. However, his consciousness was getting more and more blurry. 10 days passed. At that moment, Yi Xian had stopped at the same spot for 3 days. For 3 days, he hadn't taken a single step. Not far behind Yi Xian, Dao Yi was staring at Yi Xian. She had been staring at him for more than 10 days. Her eyes had never left him. At that moment, she was getting more and more nervous. Just like that, another 10 days passed. And Yi Xian still hadn't taken a single step. Another 3 days passed, and Yi Xian still hadn't taken a single step. Seeing this, Dao Yi slowly walked towards Yi Xian. That's enough. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly took another step. With this step, Yi Xian's soul surged like a tidal wave, and waves of soul force rippled in all directions. Dao Yi was stunned on the spot. At that moment, Yi Xian continued to walk forward. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian, and the corners of her lips curled up. After a while, Yi Xian disappeared in the depths of the starry sky. After a long time, Yi Xian suddenly lay down. At this moment, Dao Yi appeared beside him. Dao Yi looked down at Yi Xian and smiled. Tired? Yi Xian blinked his eyes. Not tired. Dao Yi smiled. Congratulations, you've succeeded. Yi Xian was confused. Succeeded? Dao Yi nodded. You are now in the center of this star area. This is the coldest place. Even a supreme god would not be able to survive here. Even a supreme expert will die here. Unless this supreme expert has an indestructible will. Yi Xian asked, Indestructible will? Dao Yi smiled. Actually, besides the body and soul, a person also has a will. Your will was very strong in the past, but you've never broken through your limits. Just now you broke through your limits. The reason you don't feel cold now is because your will has taken form, and it's protecting your soul. Yi Xian immediately stood up, and then he opened his palm and a sword appeared in it. As he held the sword in his hand, Yi Xian instantly felt slightly different. It was an indescribable feeling, but it was definitely different. Dao Yi smiled. Leave behind a strand of sword energy. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he swung his sword lightly, causing a strand of sword energy to appear. The strand of sword energy didn't vanish. Dao Yi smiled. Do you remember the sword energy your father left behind? Yi Xian nodded. Dao Yi said. Then do you know why his sword energy was able to remain for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years? Moreover, it's still so strong? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Sword Dao will. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. This strand of sword energy you left behind can exist for at least 100,000 years. If there's no outside interference, then it can exist for even longer. Yi Xian gazed at Dao Yi. Have I become stronger now? Dao Yi smiled. Of course. Unless your opponent is much stronger than you, otherwise, it's extremely difficult for them to destroy your sword energy and sword energy. Yi Xian grinned. If I knew this would happen, I would have come here earlier to force myself. Dao Yi nodded. If a person is willing to be ruthless and force himself, then he will notice that he is actually very outstanding. As she spoke, she glanced at the surroundings and said, Now we can start cultivating your body. Your will has attained the indestructible will, so it'll be much easier for you to cultivate this dimensional body. Yi Xian glanced at Dao Yi. Your main objective is to make my will indestructible and not my soul? Dao Yi said with a smile. You guessed wrong. I brought you here just to let you cultivate your soul, but I didn't expect that under a freak combination of factors, you would break through the limit of your will. I have to say, this is an unexpected surprise. Yixian smiled. Then let's begin. Dao waved her lily-white hand, and in an instant, the two disappeared. Not long after, Yixian and Dao appeared in a strange space. Seeing his surroundings, Yixian was stunned. He had been to this place before. This place was exactly the same as the world inside the hidden armor. Dao softly said, "This is a world that Master created, imitating the alternate dimension. However, it's too different from the real alternate dimension. Of course, for Master to be able to do this, I have to say, it's really terrifying." Yixian looked up and saw some white dots. Dao smiled. "Those are the transmission points to the alternate dimension. Ming and the others are over there." Yixian looked at Dao. "You two don't get along well?" Dao nodded, "Very." Yixian hesitated, then said, "What's Ming's attitude towards me?" Dao smiled. "Don't worry, she won't be your enemy." Yixian nodded. "That's good." Dao looked around. "The dimension of this place can be said to be the limit of this universe. We will now use this dimension to cultivate your body." Yixian asked how. Dao smiled. "Devour this dimensional world." Yixian. Chapter 1642. Devour this dimension. Yixian was dumbfounded. Seeing Yixian's surprised look, Dao smiled. "Let me put it in another way. I will let you become one with this dimension." Yixian asked in a deep voice, "Will devouring this dimension affect the outside world?" Dao shook her head. "No. This is only a passageway leading to the otherworldly dimension, so its disappearance won't have any effect. However, once the seal on the otherworldly dimension is broken in the future, it will be directly connected to our universe. However, even if this place exists, it won't affect them much." Yixian nodded. "I understand." Dao suddenly said, "Do you still remember the books I showed you?" Yixian asked, "Will those books be helpful to my body cultivation?" Dao smiled. "Very helpful." Saying so, she suddenly pointed at the space between Yixian's eyebrows. Boom. Yixian's clothes instantly turned into ashes. Completely naked. Feeling a cold breeze on his crotch, Yixian's expression changed. Dao smiled. "Now listen to my instructions. The process will be a bit painful, but it shouldn't be a problem for you." Yixian nodded. "Okay." Next, Yixian began to cultivate his dimensional body. As Yixian cultivated, the strange dimensional space around him gradually began to tremble. After giving instructions, Dao turned around and left. In the sky above the undying realm, the space suddenly trembled. The next moment, Dao walked out. At this time, everything in the undying realm had returned to normal. Dongli Jing was still there. At this time, Dongli Jing appeared in front of Dao. Dongli Jing looked at Dao. "How did you do it?" In fact, she also didn't know how she and the others survived back then. Dao smiled. "This is a bit complicated. I won't explain too much." Higashi Yasushi shook his head. "You did so much just to help him improve." Dao said with light smile. "I just want him to mature a bit." "You really wanted to kill him from the start, didn't you?" Higashi Yasuo suddenly asked. Dao nodded. Higashi Yasushi asked again. "Then why did you change your mind?" Dao was silent for a long time before he smiled and said, "Because I found out that he and Master have become one. He is Master, Master is him. If I kill him, Master will also die." Dongli Jing asked in a deep voice, "What do you know about the alien race?" Dao nodded. "Understood." Higashi Yasushi looked at Dao. "How terrifying is he?" Dao suddenly opened her palm, revealing an ant slowly crawling on her palm. Dao looked at the ant and said with a smile, "The other dimensional people in our eyes are like humans in the eyes of ants. Although this is very frustrating, it is the truth." Higashi Yasushi said in a deep voice, "Your master once sealed the other dimensional people." Dao blinked. "Master is not a human." Hearing this, Higashi Yasushi's pupils shrank. "Not a human?" Dao smiled. "To be precise, he is half a human." Higashi Yasushi asked again, "Did he fail?" Dao nodded. "He did not fail. It can only be said that he stalled for time. Higashi Yasushi said. He delayed for more than 100,000 years. Dowie shook his head. You are wrong. He only delayed for 10 years. 10 years. Higashi Yasushi frowned. 10 years. Dowie said softly. In our universe, time is uncontrollable and irreversible. But in the alien dimension, it is possible. More than 100,000 years have passed here, but in the alien dimension, they can shorten the time to a dozen years. Hearing this, Higashi Yasushi's expression gradually became solemn. Do we have no chance at all? Dowie said with a smile. Yes. That is to let Master seal them again. However, it is more difficult than before, because the alien dimension has already discovered him. Moreover, the alien dimension is even stronger than before. Saying this, she walked in front of Higashi Yasushi and took out an ancient book. Miss Yasushi, you are a person worthy of respect. This is a small gift from me. If Master wins in the future, this item will completely change the fate of your undying Emperor clan. If you lose, everything will be over. Saying this, she turned around and left. Higashi Yasushi looked at Dowie. My undying Emperor clan wishes to fight alongside him. Dowie stopped and said softly, Miss Yasushi, forgive me for being blunt. If I give your undying Emperor clan 100 years, you won't even be qualified to be cannon fodder in front of the alien dimension. After saying that, she disappeared. Higashi Yasushi remained silent for a long time. After leaving the undying Emperor clan, Dowie went to the Void Realm. Su Wuxin looked at Dowie. Do you have any instructions? Dowie smiled. Your nothingness tribe has regained its freedom. Regained its freedom. Su Wuxin frowned. What do you mean? Dowie smiled. What I mean is that your nothingness tribe has regained its true freedom. However, don't devour any more worlds. Live well. Saying this, she turned around and left. Su Wuxin suddenly said, Don't we need to target Yi Xian anymore? Dowie waved her hand. There is no need. After saying that, she disappeared. Su Wuxin furrowed his brows. Dowie returned to Yi Xian's side. Currently, Yi Xian did not have a physical body, only a soul. Dowie glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. Then, she turned around and walked towards the white dots of light. Soon, Dowie passed through the white dots of light and arrived in a starry sky. As soon as Dowie appeared in this starry sky, the Time Law appeared in front of her. The Time Law looked at Dowie with an unfriendly expression. Dowie looked at the black vortex in the distance. At this moment, a woman walked out of it. It was Ah Ming. At this moment, there was blood at the corner of Ah Ming's mouth. Moreover, there was a deep wound on the right side of her face. When she saw Dowie, Ah Ming's eyes turned cold. What are you trying to do? Obviously, they knew what Dowie had done to Yi Xian. Dowie smiled. Ah Ming, are you feeling more and more strained lately? Ah Ming remained expressionless. What does it have to do with you? Dowie looked at Ah Ming and smiled. Ah Ming, you can't defend it. Ah Ming stared at Dowie. Even if I can't defend it, I will. Dowie shook her head. All right. You defend it. Ah Ming looked at Dowie. What are you trying to do? Dowie smiled. I came to find you this time because I need your help. Ah Ming sneered. Send you to hell? If that's the case, I'm very willing. Dowie said, Help Master. Help Master. Ah Ming frowned. Dowie looked at the black vortex and said softly, Ah Ming, the extra-dimensional people have discovered Master. Ah Ming's pupils shrank. How is that possible? Dowie smiled. You're underestimating the extra-dimensional people. Although they can't break through Master's seal, it doesn't mean that their peak experts can't come to this world through another method. Ah Ming asked in a deep voice. The injuries on your body were caused by the extra-dimensional people? Dowie nodded. Ah Ming looked at Dowie. Why did you betray Master back then? Dowie smiled. I'll explain this to you in the future. Right now, the most important thing is to deal with the extra-dimensional people, and buy some time for Master. Ah Ming was about to speak, but at this time there was a sudden change. Not far from the three women, the black vortex suddenly trembled. Seeing this, Ah Ming narrowed her eyes and slowly clenched her right hand. At this time, a phantom floated out. With the appearance of this phantom, The smile on Dao Yi's face gradually disappeared. The phantom was like a transparent person, and its true appearance couldn't be seen. At this time, the phantom suddenly floated in front of Dao Yi and looked at Dao Yi. A moment later, the phantom suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Dao Yi narrowed her eyes. Come back. As soon as she said this, she suddenly grabbed backwards. Bang! With this grab, in the strange space below, a giant hand suddenly appeared above Yi Xian's head. The giant hand clenched, and the space directly distorted into a strange vortex. Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly raised his head. At this time, he saw a strange face that seemed transparent. An extra-dimensional person. The extra-dimensional person stared at Yi Xian, but Yi Xian couldn't see its expression. At this time, Dao Yi appeared in front of Yi Xian. Dao Yi coldly looked at the extra-dimensional person. The extra-dimensional person suddenly disappeared, and Dao Yi immediately pointed her finger forward. Bang! The finger fell, and the space immediately turned into nothingness. Bang! Dao Yi retreated rapidly, and while she was retreating, the space in front of Yi Xian suddenly fluctuated strangely. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly, and he slashed down with his sword. Chi! The sword ray pierced through the air, but it was completely useless. Yi Xian's pupils shrank, because he smelled a trace of death. At this time, Dao Yi suddenly appeared in front of him. Dao Yi stacked her hands together and fiercely slammed them forward. Destroy! Bang! The space in front of Dao Yi and Yi Xian suddenly turned into nothingness. Along with it, time also turned into nothingness. At this time, the figure had already retreated more than 10 zhang away. The figure coldly looked at Dao Yi. Finally, his gaze fell on Yi Xian, and he gave him a thumbs up before turning around. So weak. So weak. Saying so, he slowly disappeared. After the figure disappeared, Dao Yi looked at Dao Yi. Don't mind what he said. According to this universe's time, he has lived for at least 1,000,000 years. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I'm a bit unhappy. Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. At this moment, there was still blood at the corner of Dao Yi's mouth. Not only that, there was a deep fist mark on her abdomen. Seriously injured. Yi Xian looked at Dao Yi. Do me a favor. Saying so, he approached Dao Yi and whispered a few words. Dao Yi blinked her eyes. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. Dao Yi thought for a while and then said, Sure. After that, she suddenly disappeared with Yi Xian. In an unknown part of the starry sky, a sword cultivator wearing a white robe was walking slowly. At this moment, the swordsman suddenly turned around. Dao Yi and Yi Xian appeared in front of the swordsman. When the swordsman saw Yi Xian, he was slightly stunned. Then he smiled. You're looking for me? Yi Xian nodded. Big brother, long time no see. The swordsman smiled. What's the matter? Yi Xian sternly said. I know Big Brother is lonely. I want to find an opponent for Big Brother. The swordsman looked at Dao Yi and shook his head. If this girl's main body is here, I might be a bit interested. But is she your friend? Yi Xian nodded. The swordsman smiled. All right. She is actually not that weak. Dao Yi. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly pulled the swordsman's arm and said, Big brother, let's go. After saying so, he directly disappeared with the swordsman and Dao Yi. When the three of them reappeared, they were already in front of the black whirlpool leading to the alternate dimension. Yi Xian pointed at the black whirlpool. Big brother, you go there. It's fun there. The swordsman looked at the black whirlpool. A moment later, his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Interesting. Yi Xian nodded. Very interesting. The swordsman patted Yi Xian's shoulder. I'm going. After saying so, he walked toward the black whirlpool. When he arrived in front of the black whirlpool, Yi Xian suddenly said, Big brother, can you leave me a strand of sword chi? Just treat it as a souvenir. The swordsman hesitated for a moment. Then he pointed with his finger and a strand of sword chi landed in front of Yi Xian. Little guy, see you later. After saying so, he directly disappeared into the black whirlpool. Yi Xian placed the strand of sword chi in front of the black whirlpool, and turned to look at Dao Yi. With this strand of sword chi suppressing us, They definitely won't be able to come over in a short period of time, right? Dao Yi was silent. Yi Xian walked to Dao Yi's side and whispered, "Is this considered cheating?" Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hurriedly said, "I didn't ask my big brother to fight the alternate dimension. As for whether he wants to fight or not, that's his business. It has nothing to do with me." Dao Yi. P.S. The holiday is coming to an end. Did everyone have fun? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.